Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Mesdames et messieurs les députés, mesdames et messieurs les députés, chers amis. Je ne trouve pas les mots pour vous dire combien je suis heureuse de vous souhaiter la bienvenue.
To welcome you all here today. And we are welcoming you here to the European Parliament, no less. This is a very privileged location to celebrate the second edition of Latin American Day with the progressive representatives of Europe and Latin America. And these are progressives from two major geopolitical regions which have very close ties. The EU, which for over 7 decades has decided to substitute confrontation and war with cooperation and integration. Latin America and the Caribbean is a young and dynamic power thanks to the 700 million inhabitants of the 33 countries. Miguel de Unamuno said that language is the lifeblood of the spirit, and today we will be using that language. And this is a language that is spoken from Chile to the Pyrenees through parts of New York as well, and it grows thanks to the imagination and the ingenuity of the people who speak it. And our gathering today is taking place between the Latin American Summit in Santo Domingo and the CELAC Summit as well. And this summit is emerging, and today we are witnessing the birth of a new reality that goes even further. This is Euro-America. This is a community of citizens on both sides of the Atlantic who share more than any other group of people a way of thinking that is similar. We are bound by a sense of belonging which has been forged through history, culture, and very rich language, and also by values and principles that are the foundation of our democratic society. This is a community that is based on feelings and affection. This is a community that is based on multiple identities that come together in a single being, which are not incompatible. They actually enrich one another. Friends, we're here today in a very transcendental moment and also facing uncertainty and instability when we were recovering from a pandemic which has been the worst health emergency in recent history. Putin's war against Ukraine broke out. This is an imperial war based on conquering other countries, and all member states of the EU and 25 countries in Latin America have been on the right side of history. We have been defending the UN Charter and territorial unity of states, or integrity. And you cannot condemn war without having condemned others in the past. And on both sides of the Atlantic, as progressives, we condemn the use of force which is outside international law. And we should be proud of the origins of international law. Antonio de Montesinos in Santo Domingo gave rise to modern human rights and modern law as well, and to peaceful relations between states, which, along with democracy and the rule of law, are part of the Iberian-American Agreement. And this is the peace that Ukraine has a right to. This is a just peace which is based on respecting international law. The world has changed, and now we also have to change with it. The pandemic and the war have helped us to discover that the dependencies that previously led to forging peace are now weapons that go against our interests as well. And when the pandemic arrived, we woke up to see that European industry was unable to produce a single gram of paracetamol. And before the war broke out, we depended on Russian gas, which made Putin think that he could invade Ukraine without any consequences, but he was wrong. Now we even though we think that dependency can become a weapon, it's time for Latin America to demonstrate that trade relations can be a source of progress, and that the different agreements that have been worked on for years now can actually lead to shared progress. And on the 1st of July onwards, progressives should take advantage of the Spanish presidency in the EU in order to make progress towards signing and ratifying fundamental instruments for a future based on shared prosperity, like the EU-Chile agreement and the agreement with Mexico and the Mercosur agreement as well. Our ties are a symbol of our strength. The European Union is the main investor in Latin America, and our High Representative, Mr. Borrell, often reminds us that the European Union has invested more in Latin America than it has in Russia, China, India, and Japan together. We're also the first partner in cooperation, and we are the major provider of aid in Latin America. And Latin America also has a great deal of strong points. And it exists, as many have said. And not only does it exist, in fact, it has influence. It has influence because of the 32 million young university students, because of the power of Latin American companies, the dynamism of startups and SMEs. It has a young and innovative workforce and the greatest amount of biodiversity in the world. You have 60% of life on Earth, 30% of all fresh water in the world, and huge potential when it comes to renewable energy, as well as 80% of all lithium reserves. And thanks to our strength together, we're able to write a new page in history based on progress. Our destiny should work towards the creation of a fair, sustainable, digital, and feminist America. The pandemic and Putin's war against Ukraine are increasing inequality and poverty in society. Latin America is the continent with the highest level of inequality in the world, with 1 out of every 3 Latin American people living under the poverty line. But the EU also is suffering unacceptable inequality and levels of poverty that are often invisible. And in order to fight against poverty and also against inequality, we need more resources. External resources that come from outside international institutions that allow middle-income countries to access international financing in the best possible conditions. And we need national conditions through just and progressive national policies that finance quality public services. And there is a huge discrepancy between some of the policies that exist in different countries, but we have to be conscious of the fact that a progressive tax policy is the best instrument in order to ensure pensions, build hospitals, build schools, and also build affordable housing. That's to say, in order to achieve equality. And we cannot forget about equality as progressives, because technological and environmental conditions can only be met if they are fair and democratic. Latin America is only responsible for 3% of CO2 emissions that have been historically accumulated. And in the EU, our emissions are also quite limited at 8%. I'm aware of the fact that the rest of humankind needs to increase its energy consumption because they have a right to achieve the same living standards as we have in the EU. And the solution to climate change is not only to reduce energy consumption, the solution is to produce energy in a clean and affordable way for those who are most vulnerable so that they can make use of that energy. And we should also make an effort to ensure equal opportunities to digital technologies for the poorest people in society. As progressives, we will not be part of a digital revolution for oligarchs and for multinational companies. We need to establish a technological revolution to build more intelligent, smarter and just societies. And the way that we achieve this double transition, the digital and the environmental transition, will define the future of Euro-America. This reactionary wave that we're seeing in Europe and Latin America needs to be stopped. The right wing wants to dismantle our rights and social institutions, public bodies. They attack journalists and women and the rights of vulnerable people and immigrants. They deny climate change, and faced with the deterioration of democracy, we will defend the rule of law with solid institutions that will protect citizens and ensure their rights. Because without democracy, there is no freedom or dignity. Friends, the Spanish presidency of the European Union should give a new push to this cooperation, a new boost. We're presenting an agenda for a relationship with Latin America and the Caribbean, which shows our commitment so that together we can face the major transformations of our time and work towards a better future. As Euro-Americans, we're taking advantage of this opportunity in history, and as progressives, we want to take advantage of this trust that has been placed with us by citizens. We need to be modest enough to see how much we can learn from progressives on both sides of the Atlantic. We aspire to have democracy and equality in our societies, and we cannot wait another 8 years to celebrate the CELAC summit between Latin America and Europe. There are many benefits involved in closer ties between the two regions. We also need to agree on what is best for the people that we represent. Antonio Machado wrote that the land that we step on is not our homeland, it's the land that we work on, and we cannot live in it, but for it. And those generations that migrated from one side of the Atlantic to other are an expression of what really brings our regions together, and why, as progressives, we need to continue to work together in order to establish a homeland full of opportunities and progress. Thank you.
Y ahora le voy a dar la palabra.
And now I'd like to give the floor to our dear friend and colleague, president, and known by many of you here, Mr. Martin Schulz, the president of he used to be the president of the European Parliament, and now he is a major ally for us in the roadmap for progressives on both sides of the Atlantic. I want to thank you on behalf of S&D for being here with us today. Martin, thank you very much for being here.
The advantage for me is that I understand Spanish, but I can't speak Spanish. And another advantage, this is a disadvantage, that I can't speak Spanish. And another advantage for me tonight is that there is a German translation. Therefore, I will continue in my mother language in German. And I started in English because it gives you the time to take your earsets. And I think Channel 1 is German. Nothing has changed in the European Parliament.
8 is Spanish.
Yeah. 8 is Spanish, yeah. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, vielen
Colleagues, thank you. Dear friends, my dear Irache Garcia, thank you so much for this friendly welcome. The Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, of which I am the chairman, is co-organizer of this event today. And I'd like to express my sincere thanks to you for how constructive our work together has been. The trust I work for is closely linked to the SPD, the ruling party in Germany, and we're the largest social democratic trust in the world, over 100 foreign offices and representations, and we're active in 120 odd countries. We're very active, and particularly active in Latin America. So that's why for us today, this is a fantastic opportunity, along with S&D, the S&D group at the European Parliament, to organise this Latin America Day. Irache, I can actually be very brief. I don't have much to add to everything you just said in your speech. I think the breadth of the aspects which are so important to us as Europeans when it comes to our relationship with the states of Latin America. There are so many, and you cover them so well. So I can limit myself to a few words. Before I share my short remarks, on a personal note, for me it's always particularly moving when I come to the European Parliament and to rooms like this one. I look out and see so many friends looking back at me, people who I worked with for nearly 24 years. Many people I know are present in the room today, and I certainly won't be able to meet you all personally today. Before my meeting here today, I was invited to have coffee with about 30 different people. I'd need to stay here for another year to get round everyone. So my apologies go to each of you. I can only be here for a very short time, but I promise I'll be back. When I started at the European Parliament in '94, the view of Latin America politically in the Parliament was this. Latin America policy, this was Spanish and Portuguese foreign policy, with a little bit of Europeanness topped up. But today, the European Union is clear about this, or at least I hope that this is clear within the EU. At the world level, there are no regions outside of Europe where there is more democracies with constitutions just like European ones than there are in Latin America. Secondly, another parallel to European states. In comparison to the countries we both come from ourselves, we are countries that experienced fascist dictatorships. Countries which after those fascist dictatorships went through a period of transformation and transition to democracy, and that is a parallel that we share with many countries of Latin America. I see Michelle Bachelet in front of me. Chile is one of those countries. Brazil is another of those countries. Argentina is another. Where military dictatorships were gotten rid of, and there was a transition process towards democracy, and stability was found, just like in Europe. And a third thing we have in common, the democracy that we all fought so hard for, is not only at the global level, but within our countries is under attack. The far right, undemocratic actions, openly fascist regimes, or those who seek to put in place an openly fascist regime, all these things are back, and they're as much of a challenge in Europe as they are in the states of Latin America. So yes, we have a common political basis. In many ways, we have similar histories. And I'm not talking about the Spanish and Portuguese history in Latin America. I'm talking about the 20th and 21st centuries. Times where we have commonalities more than any other region in the world. And we are affected by the same threats. That is why I feel today, Latin America Day, is at just the right time. Because this is a time where we need to know as democracies that we can only survive if we fight for democracy. We fight for sustainable development. We fight against climate change. And we think about the social impacts of climate change. We need to stand up for multilateralism as a solution to international disputes. And all member states of the European Union need to be involved. But on top of that, every single democratic state of Latin America needs to be involved. Because let's think about this. Imagine if we stood together at the UN, at the World Bank, at the IMF. Imagine if we were united at those international fora. If we used the Millennium Goals as a basis for our strategy to implement something, we could change the world. Because democracies were working together behind one common strategy. Now, I know my head's in the clouds. I'm thinking too far into the future. But I don't know. Is dreaming forbidden? Can't we dream? Isn't it worth it to fight for all this? Isn't it worth it for us to look at the democratic regions of the world, the American continent, and in particular Latin America? Mustn't we bring our two regions together to work on a future strategy? I'm sure this is something we'll discuss in the panels. I'd like to express my sincere congratulations to you for this fascinating list of panels we have today. We have some fantastic speakers, many old friends of mine from when I was active in politics. I'm delighted to see you all again, and it's fantastic to see you all in such good health as well. In the front row, indeed. You're looking younger than ever. I'm delighted to have been invited. Thank you for listening. I'd like to wish you all the best for this wonderful day, and I really hope that we can move forwards in cooperation as democracies and take steps into the future together between Europe and Latin America.
Muchísimas gracias, Martin, por tus...
Thank you so much, Martin, for those thoughts and words. The last point you made about the participants we have here today, I think that says a lot about where we are and about the challenges we're facing. You know, the challenge here really is that progressive politics, the left wing in Europe and in Latin America, have a politics, you know, that has learnt so much. They know how big the responsibility they have is. They have policies that have transformed countries. They've governed. They've changed the reality in their countries. Progressive politics is seeing a new era of young people who want to pick up that legacy of progressive politics in Europe and in Latin America and to take it forwards into the future. So the time we are seeing is a real turning point. But what hasn't changed is our values. We have the same values as ever, and we need to adapt those values to new spaces of representation, to a new reality. And that's why it's so important for us to be able to listen to each other, understand each other, learn from each other. We need to look at this from an intergenerational point of view as well. And that's why I'm so pleased to see you all here today, because we can have different perspectives here. We can hear from those who have changed our societies, and we can also hear from the people who are going to be changing our societies tomorrow. At this stage, I'd like to give the floor to Marco Antonio Enriquez Ominami, coordinator of the Grupo de Puebla, the Puebla Group. Marco Antonio, thank you so much for all the work you have done to coordinate along with our colleagues this fantastic day. Thank you for being here, because your presence here alone represents so much in terms of what we have ahead of us. Thank you very much for those words. Thank you to Martin as well. And greetings to you from the whole Grupo de Puebla. The group is a group of 18 countries with over 70 leaders who have been or are still important figures in the debate in our continent. Latin America has a really important role in this sense. I'd like to thank S&D, PES, Thank you to Javi Lopez, who represented S&D and PES. We've been thinking that we're facing a really complex, if not complicated, time in Latin America. And it's important to think about what's complex and what's complicated in that sense in terms of the solutions we find. Now, what we want to do is to reopen spaces for discussion in our continent where discussions have ceased. We've had a successful process behind this. Look at Hugo Chavez, Lula, President Bachelet from Chile. I'm delighted to see you again today, madam. There was a real block, and we're now at a really complex point in Latin America because of drug trafficking, public debt, so many things affecting our economies. Our friends from Argentina, currently being led by our friend Antonio, who is a member of the group. And how do we face up to these challenges but also protect our populations? And we have thought of a number of responses as the group. How do we respond to the new phenomenon that we haven't had before? The brutal instrumentalization of the criminal side of things there was a massive change in GDP in over 10 years in one country, and the repercussions of this are just huge, and individuals aren't even about to return to their countries. The same happened with President Lula, with Hugo Morales. We have Mr. Zapatero here as well, and who's been so involved in protecting peoples from violence. I'd like to acknowledge Juan Guaido, head of the parliament in Venezuela. When it comes to policy in Latin America, as the Puebla group, we've always had a firm position that we need to commit to our positions, and we must stand together. Two key ideas as we move into this conversation. We were delighted to accept the invitation to be here today. Veronica Mendoza from Peru. So many important leaders are here today from many different countries. And the reason we're here is because we know that we need to have this discussion. Like I said, the responses to the challenges we're facing are complex. Young people went to Daesh. What is the response to that? The easy response would be these kids don't have any education, but the average level of education of these kids who went to Daesh is higher than the average in their countries. So it's about policy, politics, cruelty, disinformation in Latin America. What we're seeing in Chile, Pinochetistas, Colombia, Hernandez, Bolsonaro in Brazil. Today in Argentina, there's a chance for there being a second round of the elections, and Milei might get through. So all of this is a real challenge for progressive politics. What about these electorates that aren't informed? Is that the problem? It's not. It's much more complex than that. And so the response needs to be complex too. Coming to Europe, we saw a great example of social peace, But even in the privileged European society, we're still seeing people out in the streets marching. We're seeing the violent protests on the Champs-Élysées in France. You have to think that then our countries, which have such high levels of inequality, 30, 40%, you have to think, what is the response? And that is why, as the Puebla group, we're here today to find a response. To avoid unregulated capitalism, climate crisis. We've known about this for 30 years and trying to find responses to this, and not enough has been done. So as the Puebla group, we're here today at this complex moment to discuss, to listen, and Latin America and the Caribbean wants to take a leading role once again on the global stage today. We want leadership in Europe, many of which are represented here today, to see what's going on. We want to look at what the solutions are on food, on global peace. Our continent is the most peaceful, the least affected by war. That doesn't mean there aren't serious problems, migration, social problems, of course, as President Correa referred to. So we're delighted to be here among progressive politicians, fantastic men and women who love their homelands. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Marco Antonio. We don't have much time to lose. We have some fantastic panels coming up, so I'll now hand over to Maria Manuel, who is going to chair the first panel. Now, before we move on to that, I'd just like to thank all those individuals who made this possible. Allow me to just mention the workers, those who are involved in the offices of the group, Maria Manuel, Javi Lopez, the staff of the S&D group. Alejandro, I think, is here as well, and all the work that all of you have done is absolutely fantastic. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible at all. So this is all thanks to you. Thank you for everything.
No, I will keep here and Maria Manuel here.
Yo sigo aquí con vosotros,
Sí,
pero
claro,
tú sí,
claro,
tú
claro que
lo...
sé, lo sé. Me lo desearon.
Boa tarde a todas e a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to start speaking in Portuguese. So if you need interpretation, then please use your headsets. I think Spanish is on channel 8. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for being here today, because without you, all of the efforts that we've made to organise this day would be pointless. We'd just be talking amongst ourselves. What we want to do, however, is to create an entire community of stakeholders and people who are interested in discussing these topics. And I'd also like to thank this wonderful panel that we have here today. It's an honour for me to have coordinated their participation, and it's a great pleasure for us to organise this second edition of Latin America Day. Because of the pandemic, we weren't able to organise what would have been the fourth edition. After the first event, which took place in 2021, we're now organising this event. That event in 2021 was actually attended by the now President of Brazil, Lula da Silva. And we are reinforcing these ties that we have with Latin America and the Caribbean, and that has been a priority for our group during this mandate, as Irache has already mentioned. We, in fact, are the only political group in the European Parliament with an agenda that is truly positive and constructive, which hasn't changed its position on the basis of the elections or national political majorities. We're here today to talk about Latin America. And 2 years ago, we put pressure on the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, in order for her to really focus on the strategic importance of our partnership with the region, because for 2 years she actually didn't mention it in 2 consecutive speeches on the State of the Union, and so it wasn't included. Latin America wasn't included in the priorities of the Commission. And today we're very glad to see that both the European Commission and the European Investment Bank have given the region the importance that it actually deserves, with an investment strategy of 300 billion euros through the Global Gateway, and the partnerships that have already been agreed, like Euroclima, in order to protect nature and projects to reduce carbon emissions, and the Digital Alliance, which aims to boost digital transformation in the region, as well as skills, digitizing public services, data flows, and research, so that we can go through these 2 transitions together. And there's actually a meeting among commissioners now where the strategy for Latin America in the Commission is being discussed. And on the second Latin America Day, it's a really good moment to hear from very experienced speakers like the ones we hear here today. We want to understand their priorities, their concerns, the concerns that we might share, and the concerns that might be specific to each region. We want to hear their criticisms and suggestions as to how we can build and reinforce a common agenda. The European Union and Latin America represent only around 25% of global GDP, 1/3 of UN members, and almost half of the G20 members. And America and Latin America's or Latin America and the Caribbean is not the only region with very strong ties with the EU. It also has very strong commercial and political links with 27 other 33 countries, and every day we are striving to make progress in more partnerships and trade agreements like Mercosur and agreements with Mexico and Chile. Our idea is to move forward in our shared values and bring together progressive political leaders, so that through this convergence we're able to have stronger cooperation. Salvador Allende died 50 years ago, and in September we hope to commemorate his work. And in 1972 he gave a speech at the United Nations, and he referred to Chile. He said Chile is not alone, and any attempts to isolate it from the rest of Latin America and the world have failed. Let me tell you that neither Chile nor any other country in Latin America is alone. We will continue on both sides of the Atlantic to fight against inequality and to build a world that is more progressive. Now I'd like to introduce the first panel, and our aim here is to discuss how we can strengthen multilateralism between the 2 regions. We are, of course, hugely privileged to have with us today the guest that I'm going to introduce now. First of all, Michelle Bachelet, who is a political icon not only in Latin America but also throughout the world because of the work that she has done as the first female president of Chile. She's also an advocate of human rights and women's rights in the roles that she has undertaken as the executive director of the United Nations Organization for Equality, Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment between 2018 and 2022, and as the High Commissioner for Human Rights at the United Nations. We also have José Luis Rodríguez Zapatero, who, as you all know, was the Prime Minister of Spain between 2004 and 2011, and he was also a member of the Council of the State in Spain, and he has been supported by UNASUR, appointed by as a mediator in order to resolve the situation or to help with the situation in Venezuela. He's also an advocate for the region. Ernesto Semper Pizano was president of Colombia in 1994 to 1998, and before that, the ambassador of Colombia in Spain and Minister of Economic Development in Colombia. And from 2014 to 2017, he was Secretary General of UNASUR. And then we also have Rafael Vicente Correa, who has been elected 3 times as president of Ecuador, and before he was the president of UNASUR and Ministry of the Economy under Alfredo Palacios' government. Going back to Spanish now, I would like to ask all 4 of you an initial question. As I've already mentioned, we are in a time that lends itself to a deepening of the relationship between the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean. What specific areas do you think are crucial in order to strengthen the relationship between Europe and Latin America? And what are, in your opinion, the most urgent actions that need to be taken by progressive politicians in both regions in order to address those common challenges? Thank you very much, Maria Manuel, and I'd like to thank. So even though we're Latin America, we are going to try and stick to the time allocated. Thank you, Maria Manuel. I'd like to thank everyone for being here, MEPs and other guests as well. Martin Schulz had to leave, I think, but I wasn't offended when he said we were youngsters, because in my government, I always used to say that even though I might look older, I'm very young at heart, and I think that's really important in politics. You mustn't give in, you must be persistent like a young person would be. So I really do feel like I'm young at heart. And I think everything that's been said is very interesting. We do have a lot of similarities between EU and Latin America. The EU has identified Latin America as a strategic region for some time now, and even though we are quite similar, there is some distance there. I think Latin America, despite all its conflicts and internal difficulties compared to other parts of the world, is actually quite peaceful. And so I think throughout history, in the EU and Latin America, I think the EU has felt a real need to have a stronger relationship with Latin America, and that's why I'm really grateful for this event and this opportunity to come together and really strengthen those activities that we have to undertake together in order to strengthen our countries and our regions. There are huge opportunities, but also major challenges that we have to face together, and I'm going to discuss some of those now. The world, and Latin America is no exception here, is facing very significant global challenges right now. And I'm referring to the situation following the pandemic, climate change. This really is a triple crisis that we're facing on a global level, and there's a real lack of progress in the area of climate change. The decisions that are being taken aren't taking into account the fact that this is a real climate crisis. It's not being taken seriously enough. There are lots of economic, social and humanitarian consequences associated with this. There are also other conflicts that might be linked to climate change, like terrorism, migration, droughts in large parts of the world, poverty, weak governments, weak institutions, corruption in a lot of governments. And given this backdrop, well, obviously I have to mention Russia's aggression on Ukraine, and this has also occurred against a backdrop of high inflation in the world, but also in Latin America. We're seeing an increase in the cost of living, and Marco also mentioned this, an increase in debt in many countries in the world. And so a lot of these countries are facing a lot of similar crises which have emerged in the last 3 years. We're also seeing a rise in geopolitical tensions, which is also merging with climate, political and social challenges. And this, as I said before, has led to high inflation. A lot of academics say that we're facing a polycrisis, a multiple crisis. And we face difficulties when it comes to protecting the population against inflation, food security, energy security as well. We don't have the right tax policies in order to protect citizens against the impact of these crises. And a lot of people also are subject to huge debts. A lot of governments aren't able to promote social development. And I say this because when we talk about the relationship between the EU and Latin America, we often imagine trade agreements, investments, and we understand that this should lead to better social development, to generating opportunities for people. But because of the situation that many countries are in, means that we have to do much more. We have to go even further. Another element is the political element, and a lot of you have mentioned this already, but this is key really, because in Chile we're also experiencing this. In the political arena, we're experiencing a lot of global uncertainty right now. There's drug trafficking, there's organized crime, migration, and against that backdrop, we're seeing this in Europe as well, against the backdrop and with so much uncertainty, people feel that they're in danger. And when people are uncertain or feel that they're in danger, and there are lots of studies that focus on this, people look for a man, curiously enough, because we live in a sexist world, and unfortunately, strength is often personified by a man. So we see how this has emerged in xenophobic, nationalist, populist parties, which have a discourse that go along the lines of we can solve these problems in a short space of time. We're seeing how nationalist and populist parties are on the rise. And as you said, Irache, this puts everything at risk because it questions our values, it questions our most important principles in a democratic society. It calls into question women's rights, sexual and reproductive rights as well. And it also puts the progress of a democratic and inclusive society at risk. It makes society less sustainable. And we're seeing how these far-right groups are on the rise. Martin referred to them as fascist groups. And they're everywhere, even in my country. In the last election, constitutional elections, we saw that 45% of those elected came from the Republican Party, which is a new party on the far right. And that means that the final texts, well, we don't actually know what it's going to include, but the most important candidate was one who lost in the previous elections, but lost by only very little. And the right all voted for him so that the current president wouldn't get elected. So this is a risk that we're really observing. We're not able to overcome it very well, but we're seeing that people are reacting very emotionally to the challenges that they're facing. And in Argentina, this is a problem as well, because I've read about this. And there are in many situations, we're seeing how this discourse is not being listened to by the business community. When we make requests for more resources, they're turning their back on us. They're voting against minimum wage. If we want to impose new tax policies in order to benefit certain communities, we're seeing how the different political groups on the far right are voting against that. So there's a disconnect between what is being voted for and what's actually happening in reality. And I think that makes us look inwards as well. We also need to look at society and try and understand it better. In Chile, I want to understand why these people are voting, because I don't think they're voting for anti-democratic values. I think they're voting because they see a man, a strong man, who is saying, I don't accept this, I'm going to sort it out. And so perhaps they're not using a very intellectual perspective, but they're reaching people on an emotional level. And so we understand that this is a voter who could vote differently in the next elections. And so as progressives, we really need to develop a narrative, a proposal that really speaks to people and can correct what's being put out there, which actually goes against the will of the people. And I also wanted to talk about this crisis in Latin America and the impact that will have, because we've seen the impacts of the pandemic and the war, and that means that we probably won't be able to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. We know that the aim is to improve education and the environment, empower women. We understand that there are a number of different objectives associated with the Sustainable Development Goals which are currently at risk. And this is... And so given the situation now, it's unlikely that we're going to be able to meet those objectives that have been set. That leads to political risks as well as economic risks, because poverty will increase. But there's a political risk that people will become dissatisfied with politics. And we talked before about dissatisfaction. In 2019, when I was the High Commissioner, when I looked at all the countries, I could see that 80% of countries throughout the world were going through social difficulties for many different reasons, but the main ones were the fact that people weren't seeing that democracy wasn't delivering. It wasn't really coming up with the results. Because electing someone wasn't in... People were thinking that if by electing someone their lives weren't changing, then what was the point in voting? And not only were they not resolving people's problems, they were actually widening the gap between rich and poor people. And I say this because there's actually a lot of... I wanted to say about supporting countries who take out debt and offering longer-term loans with better conditions and improving SDRs. But I think in the progressive regions, we need to focus on two things. First of all, we need to ensure that democracy responds and lives up to citizens' expectations, because I don't think it's enough to have a traditional democracy. I think it has to be based on participation. People on a daily basis have to be able to take part in the different decisions that affect them. And secondly, I understand that I'm going over time, but there's one more point I'd like to make. In the progressive world, we should be able to establish a progressive economic agenda. Our current agenda doesn't really respond to the problems that we have. There are people in Europe and elsewhere working on that, but we need to find a better solution, because without that agenda, we won't be able to achieve our goals. So the fight continues.
Misma pregunta e podemos pegar nessa agenda económica progresiva.
Yes, indeed, and good question. We can start with that economic agenda. Over to you, sir. Thank you very much. Allow me to express my satisfaction and great interest for being here today. Thank you, Javi, Marco, for organizing this meeting, this opportunity for dialogue, because I think this is a good opportunity for us to listen. Democracy is about listening. It all starts by listening to each other, and it all started with dialogue. Dialogue probably between two Greeks, I suppose, who decided to move on from religion and magic and superstition and to seek reason. And Borges certainly explains that rather well. So really that desire for dialogue is about what we can get from it, what we can get from listening to each other. So going beyond the EU-Latin America relationship and what that can bring us, I just wanted to express that we can have a profound political dialogue between the EU and Latin America. At the summit, which the Spanish government is putting so much emphasis on towards the end of July in Brussels, it's such a great opportunity for dialogue, for geopolitical dialogue, and I'd like to add a dialogue between two regions who have broad responsibility. I'm part of the Puebla group, and I was a bit of an anomaly from the very beginning because I was the only representative from this side of the Atlantic. And I must say that I was really glad to be there from the beginning. I learned so much being part of the group and so many friendly conversations. It's not easy, but surprisingly, I didn't see anyone fighting to take over. And I really found it to be a very constructive experience. Now, what Maria Zambrano said, the best philosopher in history, she said Spain, and you could add Europe, was discovered, or is discovered, from America. So, what I'd like to say is that we need to do the work to make sure that Europe, the European Union, European countries listen more to Latin America. We know that they have natural resources. We all know that. I'm less interested in that kind of geography. I'm more into people, men and women. But I mean, Latin America is the most progressive region we have at the moment. Among socialists today, we have the strongest feminist movement, the most radical position against poverty, economically speaking. Yes, we have to think about that as well, but it's a progressive region, and this is very important. We need to think about why the far right is gaining ground in so many places. Progressive parties, how are they different from the far right? Either we need to be clear, we need to differentiate ourselves, and we need to say we have an interpretation of the world. At the moment, it seems too similar, and that's a mistake. Because what we're doing is allowing the far right to gain ground and more and more and more ground. So it shouldn't be surprising that we're seeing a conservative wave since the pandemic and since the outbreak of war, because people are kind of thinking we need an individualistic view of the nation and a personal view, because, you know, we've realized that globalization isn't going to work anymore. We need to de-globalize. I mean, that's the discussion that's going on. And we have decided that either you're my friend or my enemy. It's as simple as that at the world level. Martin Worth, who I would recommend in the Financial Times, analysed the G7 and the recent summit. He said, the G7 is 10% of the world population. And he has a kind of manifesto of thousands of words about this point, that the G7 is 10%. And it has gone from representing 40% of the world population to just 10% now. We need to interpret the world that we live in properly. We need to look at the political change that we've seen over the last 20 years. It's extraordinary, because if we don't do that, we won't understand what's happening. And what's happening is progressive decadence, extraordinary US hegemony since the Second World War. This is the context that we must understand, we must take on board, because it is what it is. We might like to say that it shouldn't be like that, but it is. And anything else is just discourse. It's just rhetoric. China changed China, China changed the world. In 50 years, they went from being, you know, the bottom of GDP up to the top. I'm trying to say that Europe and US are the only ones taking into account 40% of the population, and at some point, you know, we're talking about over 70% of global GDP, Europe and US. Today, 42, 43, and emerging countries are 42, 43% as well of global GDP. So there's been a rebalancing on a huge, unbelievable scale, and there hasn't, however, been a rebalancing of the international system, so to speak, international governments. So the problem we have is that more than ever, we need multilateralism. We need international cooperation. We need to take steps towards efficient governance at the global level, and we need all of that more than ever. And yet, since the pandemic, we've seen less and less of it. So this analysis, you know, shows us that we're not going far enough, we're not going deep enough. This is happening in societies all over the world. Time and again, it's conservative messaging, meaning that the right is moving further and further right, and the far right is providing this individualistic response. It's a selfish response. It's a selfish nationalist message. So what we need to do is to protect our systems, our value chains, our strategic reserves. We need to think about globalization. You know, I'm here today to defend globalization. It's thanks to globalization that we had the COVID vaccine as quick as we did. Because science is global. Because they worked together. Scientists and labs from all over the world, from all continents, worked together so we could get a vaccine as quick as possible. And so if the message is, let's go backwards, let's close borders, get rid of globalization, whether regional or national borders that are being closed. If we do that, there'll be no room for progressive politics. That's clear. And allow me to say it as clearly as this: we need to defend global governance. The other day I was in a forum about the state of the world. The state of the world. The problem is that it's a world without state. That's the issue. We have a financial crisis, the 2008 financial crisis. And what happened? We had the pandemic, the global pandemic. It affected the entire world. We have climate change. It's a global problem affecting every single corner of the world. And yet, there's no real cooperation at the global level. The G7, meets the great powers, and they make the global decisions, representing 10% of the population, without thinking about anyone else. No. All that will do is provoke and intensify these attacks on democracy. It will weaken democracies. Martin Worth, he's the one who says it. He's fantastic. He's not suspicious. But let's just take it as it is. Emerging countries, India, China, Brazil, I mean, they have 70% of the population, and we can't think that they're going to disappear, because they're not going to disappear. That's what Martin Worth says. So our well-being, our democracy, will depend on our understanding of this principle. We need a world of cooperation so that we can have development, equity, progress. We need to tackle climate change as well. There's been a great deal of supremacy in the hands of the US. But things are changing, and looking at history, looking at Europe, the EU, we need to be careful about this, and we need to listen to Latin America. Latin America is not a suspicious continent. It is not. They're democracies. Are they trying to achieve global hegemony? No, they're not. Come on, you have to think about all the things the US has done. invasions, intolerable attacks by the US, an empire. There are certainly empires that have been involved, all of these attacks and occupations and overthrowing governments and democracies. I mean, think of Chile. If we don't realize where we are and what's going on today in the world, we will see that these reactionary movements will grow and grow because we are not clear about who we are. We are not a progressive socialist alternative. We need to be a global alternative because that is the only way. And that's only if we act at the global level we'll have an opportunity to defend our values. I'm always an optimist. I'm known for it. But if we don't put an alternative on the table that clearly distinguishes us from the others, the right will gain ground in all continents. So let's start by listening to Latin America, because beyond the lithium they have demonstrated that they have great thinkers, intellectuals. They have societies that have managed to consolidate difficult democracies with systemic difficulties and violence, and all this after facing the worst parts of the Cold War, dictatorships, coups, all this sponsored by the West, what we call the West. And they recovered. They created democratic states. So let's listen to Latin America. Europe needs to listen to Latin America. Thank you.
Muchas gracias y vamos a escuchar la presidenta.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to President Samper.
Muchísimas gracias a los organizadores.
Thank you very much to the organizers, to Irachi, Manuela, Javi, and everyone who has made this gathering possible. I'd like to send regards to all my colleagues, and I will also try and stick to the time allocated. In Latin America, we are experiencing progressive trends and we are optimistic. Recently, President Lula brought together leaders in the region to a summit to reflect in Brasilia, and all of them attended regardless of their political ideologies. And I think that sent out a very positive message to the world. Brazil, Argentina, and Colombia already announced that they were rejoining UNASUR, and that's great news for us because it means that we can come together around a concept that serves to rebuild the region. Because a lot of people confuse integration with free trade agreements. And we're often asked about how the Mercosur agreement is going, or whether an agreement will be reached between the EU and Uruguay. And so when we talk about integration, that often goes hand in hand with trade agreements, but they're not exactly the same thing, because integration means building a region, and a region is built through the free movement of things, of products, of commodities, of people, of services, of goods. And some people say that a pessimist is a well-informed optimist, but I'm perhaps going to be a little more skeptical about the institutional conversations that the region might be having with the EU. And I hope that this dialogue opens up the doors to everything so that we can start to understand that integration is much more important than free trade. Would the EU, for example, be willing to sit down and talk about tariffs with the EU, with Latin America? We are working with Grupo de Puebla to establish a framework for development based on solidarity. The model is currently based on neoliberalism, and we can't dismantle that until we have something to replace it. And our model is based on 3 pillars: social inclusion, generating economic value, and building political citizenship. And so would the EU be willing to lower tariffs in order to help establish this model? Because this is one of the most protectionist regions in the world, not only when it comes to tariffs, but also there are 1,200 limitations linked to tariffs when it comes to importing products. If Kafka lived in Brussels, he'd be shocked to see how many limitations there are on Latin American trade in EU. Would the EU, when it comes to inclusion, because as Ms. Bachelet knows, we are very much aware of inequality, pay inequality, ethnic inequality, gender inequality. Would the EU be willing to review its vaccination policy, which is based on protectionism in the area of health? Latin America suffered 32% of all deaths due to COVID-19, even though we represent 8% of the population globally. And why is that? Well, it's because we didn't have access to vaccines or the medical procedures or the medication that the population needed. And that's because the EU closed its borders. And this has to be said clearly. We have to be self-critical when faced with arguments like that. The doors were open, but then they were closed again. Third example I wanted to give. Would the EU be willing to talk about immigration, which we need in order to build citizenship? Because I agree with José Luis, we live in a world of globalization where there's freedom of movement of goods, of people and services, of information. But what about people? What about Latin American citizens who are living here and who are being stigmatized, discriminated against, just because they are claiming their right to work in a different part of the world? Can we not make it easier for them to move freely through an agreement with the EU so that those people are treated decently? These are the topics that we're really interested in. These are the topics that really bother us, and we want to discuss them with the EU. And so if we want to just talk about broad concepts, then it's important for Latin America to have a good relationship with Europe, especially when it comes to topics that allow us to align our agenda with the US. We want the EU to support us in peace, human rights, gender equality. These are topics that aren't mentioned in the US because they're only interested in drugs. So would the EU be willing to work with us to decriminalize softer drugs so that cocaine farmers, for example, would have some opportunities that wouldn't involve any kind of punishment, or small-scale traffickers? Is there a way of helping them? These are the topics that are important for us on a political level. And to stick to the time, I finally would like to refer to peace. Where is the EU in the Colombian peace process? Where was it in the FARC process? The most important political process that has ever happened in Latin America in recent years. We need a commitment to peace. And I want to refer back to something said by Malcolm. Latin America is a peaceful refuge in the world. There are many areas of the world which are burdened by ethnic, religious conflict, all kinds of conflict, and you won't find any country in Latin America which is at war or in conflict. Of course, there are some conflicts, but these aren't conflicts that we need to resolve with weapons. And so I'm quite surprised when a journalist yesterday in Madrid asked me whether I was on the side of Ukraine or Russia. And I said, I'm on the side of peace. It's not about taking sides. You can't say you're neutral. But peace is a commitment. I am committed to peace in times of war. And so, as a peaceful refuge in Latin America, we will continue to support conflict resolution that doesn't involve weapons. And that's something that we wanted to discuss here in Europe, if there's anyone here willing to listen to us. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. At the beginning, I said that we were here today to listen to criticism from others too. I think that's very important. You know, we're in a parliament here and it's about listening to each other. Now I give the floor to another president, Rafael Correa. Thank you very much. 10 minutes, is that right? I have now, not 20 minutes? Okay, well, I very carefully prepared my presentation, so I will read it to you. I'll do it quickly, and if it's too fast, I'll kindly ask the interpreters to give me a sign, and I'll do my best. And the speaker kindly expresses his admiration for the interpreters. Well, I think I share the skepticism of President Samper. You know, we're from the Puebla group, but there are lots of views in the group. And of course, I'm always right, but we have discussions as friends and we don't always agree. We can say a lot about multilateralism, new world orders, and you know, over the last 50 years, it's back then we heard about a new economic world order, and many countries didn't exist when the UN was created, you know, and basically the goal was achieving development, and 50 years later there are no Latin American countries that have fully completed development. So it's not just about justice, it's about morals as well. So Irache said this very clearly. We'll never support violent actions. We'll never support invasions like Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We'll never support the destruction in 2003 of a country like Iraq without the support of the UN based on a false pretense. And yet nothing's been done about it. So the problem are the double standards here. So the voices of the South in this supposed multilateralism don't really have any power. They are hampered by other countries, and in the African Union, I mean, the African Union aren't allowed to have a seat at the table at the G20. It's the same for UNASUR, the Union of the Nations of the South. They're not involved in G20, but the North has all these financial action task force, the Paris Agreement, all this trying to think about financial transactions that are suspicious, and yet we have these tax havens being vital to these suspicious financial flows. The G77, non-aligned movement are other fora, but UNASUR is about multi-regionalism. It's about bringing regional blocks together, and I'm saying this because this panel is called A New International Alignment for a Reinforced Multilateralism. So that is why it is so important for us to look at regional integration. The world of the future will be a world of groups, of blocks, of regions that already exist, blocks like the EU. This is a block itself. And the same is true in Latin America. I mean, China is a block, India, the subcontinent, China, the Arab League, the African Union. So, if you like, Latin America is a bit behind in terms of putting these blocks together officially. So that's not enough for development. But this can provide us some protection in light of globalization. I would agree with what we've heard from other speakers. I think globalization, liberal globalization, has more disadvantages than advantages. It's about creating a global market. One thing is about citizens of the world, but it's quite another to talk about global consumers. And when we think about governance, it's based on the 19th century, workers dying in front of their machines. We have countries competing for investment, which leads to a drop in working conditions, and the blood, sweat and tears of our workers are just generating wealth for others. So as a group of countries, you can have more of an impact, more of a voice. And as Ernesto was saying, there's a lot of contradiction in the global system. Often there's moving capital, and there's a particular impact on open small economies. We see things moving through those small countries, but we have a lot of mobility of goods, movement of trade. But what about human mobility? We know that we can't allow everyone to go wherever they want. But if we're opening borders for capital and trade and goods, but not for humans, what's the point really? And basically that's about protectionism, because if you have a Ecuadorian driver and a Swedish driver, maybe the Ecuadorian driver is much better at his job, but the Swedish one is going to earn 40 times more. So closing borders, this is one of the main tools used for protectionism. So when it comes to Latin America, building these blocks, we find that Europe is a real barrier. 27 countries now in Europe with different religious, political, cultural systems. And decades ago, the picture was very different, and yet they managed to come together. It's the top global market, the EU. And actually, we don't have any of the differences you have. We have common political systems, common histories, 2 languages, yes. Spanish, they say Spanish is bad Portuguese, or Portuguese is bad Spanish, but we have so much in common. And Europe has to explain to its grandkids why it united, whereas we have to explain to ours why it took us so long. So the basis is shared values. We share democracy, human rights, sustainable development as values. I heard what Irache and Jose Luis were saying, and Martin indeed, about Latin America being a democratic region. And yes, formally it's democratic, but in reality, is it really that democratic? I mean, what is the point in all these rights that we have if you can't read and write, for example? We need to have full democracy, and that doesn't necessarily mean we have to give up everything to achieve it. I mean, as Michel said, we had extremist groups, coup d'etat, and this was a rejection for democracy, bourgeois democracy. So we have to look about how we achieve the progress we want, and we have achieved progress, but how do we get what we need to get done still done? And it's one of the most the region with the highest level of inequality in the world, Latin America. So all that despite supposedly being democracies. So this is the basis. Now we need to think about regional integration. We need the European Enlightenment. Europe and the US haven't really moved much closer. In 2015, when we had a summit, I was in a key role there, and it was very clear that there wasn't really much interest. It was just, you know, a symbol. And countries were a lot more interested in Africa, you know, and their ex-colonies, and it is what it is. So we need to look at association with Europe. And Europe recently has been looking more towards the US. The US having a highly questionable foreign policy. Look at Julian Assange, who's a prisoner because he was calling out war crimes. And he's still not free. I mean, what is going on here? We have Juan Guaido. We have a crazy person who's taken over a democratic country. And we don't have people recognizing the right person in that country. And so many people in the European Parliament have been so courageous in calling out and supporting the right people. Persecution, nothing is being said. Military boots on the ground. FEMA, iPhones. The judiciary is being used, the media is being used to delegitimize progressive politics, to get people not to vote. Cristina, Evo, Lula, it's everyone being affected by this. And when they put Lula in prison, they didn't just take the freedom from Lula, they stole democracy from Brazil. Because if Lula had been a candidate, Bolsonaro would never have won and become president in Brazil. So we have to be clear about this. There were criminal investigations about, you know, I wasn't allowed to return to my country in the middle of the pandemic. And they don't just steal your country from you. They just... The world is indifferent in the face of so much injustice happening in all of these different countries. And if a tenth of what happened there would happen here, we'd already have an international criminal court case. And all this is just being allowed to happen. Illegal embargoes against Venezuela and Cuba, sovereign states, continue. So this is why we need the Europe of enlightenment. We need to fight against everything that's being done, and we need to fight for the supremacy of humans versus capital, that human lives are more important. 50 years ago, we had the coup d'etat in Chile. And before that, we had the charter, and you know, we just have to really think about this. Europe sometimes is considered the goal, the triumph of reason over superstition. But what we need is a definitive civilizational model. And Europe can support us as we move forwards. Thank you.
Presidente Zapatero.
Mr. Zapatero, what is your opinion on regional integration in Latin America, and how can we take advantage or use the European experience in order to work together to achieve that integration, so that we don't take so much longer than we have done in the past to achieve this? In the last 50 years, there have been 13 integration projects in Latin America. They have been all quite different in nature and with different scopes, and they've been quite weak, actually. UNASUR has been the most important one in recent years, and President Samper is here. He was the General Secretary of UNASUR, and he can perhaps go into more detail. Then there's also some enthusiasm coming from President Lula for greater integration. The European Parliament and the European Union, in fact, is the greatest arena on an institutional level that we've established here in the world by humankind. And so it's an honor for me to see how 27 nations have come together and built this. And the background of this can be summarized in the following way. Since the Roman Empire until the Second World War, there have always been wars and conflicts in Europe between different nations that have lasted different lengths of time. And since the European Union was established, there's been peace between nations, and it's an organization that brings together some of the most important countries in the world. And what I'm trying to say is that Latin America is a young region. If we look back on its history, their democratic history is still very short. It took a long time for the European Union to understand what was at stake. So many wars and conflicts took place in which it was trying to impose its power. And so I think it's important to give Latin America the benefit of the doubt and not criticize the region, because I think it has good intentions. And Rafael said that we should maybe consider major geographical blocks, because during Latin America's geopolitical development in the last 50 years, it hasn't got any better or gotten any worse. It's average in terms of its development and security. And so that's really the major challenge we're facing, the integration of Latin America. There are two crucial elements from my perspective. First of all, integration needs to be political in nature. It needs to be a political project. Latin America must be a continent that has influence, beyond the influence that it can have on a national level. It must be bold, and for that there needs to be a dialogue between the right and the left, or the centre right and the centre left. And I understand how difficult this is, but otherwise, if we don't have that, there will be no integration. There won't be a strong political will that will push it forward and that will protect the region. The centre right, or if the centre left were to renounce, then this would come to an end. If Germany, for example, if it were to have a poll, and whenever I see the centre right, I find it all quite frightening. And I know that the president of the CDU has made an important statement, which I applaud, even though I'm a left-wing politician. But if Germany were to find itself in that situation, then it would make everything more complicated. But I think the major challenge for Latin America is integration. That will lower the risk of military coups. We'll be able to fight against corruption and crime, and we would also be able to reduce poverty, which is the major challenge in Latin America because of oligarchs and high net wealth individuals who are immune to the problems of the poor and who won't pay their tax and therefore end up controlling politics. This is the reality. Anyone who knows anything about Latin America will have seen this, because governments who try and impose more progressive tax policies are scuppered by the media. And I've seen this with my own eyes. It's a very complicated setup. And so if the EU wants to do anything for Latin America, apart from just listening, it has to incentivize integration. There needs to be political and economic incentivization that benefits and promotes integration, because that will be historically decisive. That will lead to the creation of Latin America as a politically unified region. I always talk about a Latin American constitution. If you take the constitutions of Latin America, they are all very similar. You can actually write up a constitution in a couple of hours because they're all very similar. And the different societies in Latin America are all much more similar than the ones you'll find in Europe, not just because of the language, but also because of the culture and traditions. And if we can help them, we should help. Because we understand their history, we need to incentivize integration, we need to listen to these countries and have faith in them. And, as we've already said here, we shouldn't outsource our foreign policy to the US, especially in Latin America. Especially in Latin America. We shouldn't outsource our foreign policy to the US. And I say this in a humble way, because I don't think I outsourced foreign policy to the US, and during the Iraq War I was against that, and Spain was unaffected. And it's worth highlighting that. I think politicians tend to think that historical trends depend on us. Science, knowledge, and technology do a lot more for historical change than we do. And globalization is the fruit of technological developments, internet, improved technology and transport, and that's unstoppable because human beings, unless they want to take their own lives due to climate change, will continue to do things better and in a more united, uniform way at a lower cost. So transport containers, for example, have done more, in fact, than globalization and neoliberal policies. And globalization, or global society, which is what it is at the end of the day, has led to the fact that 700 million people, poor people in China, have been able to escape poverty. Never before has a nation been able to bring so many people out of poverty, and that's thanks to the fact that China was able to be part of global trade. It was able to produce more cheaply and be more competitive. It achieved a level of development, which is what we're witnessing now. And so free trade, when it's fair, is a great opportunity for countries that need to develop, but only when it's done fairly. Globalization has given those results in China. And so I'm not against a neoliberal prospect, but we need a global economy, a global migration. There were 600,000 Latin American immigrants without documents in my country, and I was the one who legalized their status. Among them were many people from Ecuador. Then the crisis arrived and the situation worsened for them. But there were many people working in Spain from Latin America without any rights. They weren't paying social security contributions. And a lot of them were actually domestic workers working for the upper classes in Spain. They were working in people's houses, serving people, cleaning, cooking, and their employers weren't paying their social security contributions. And that, for me, was a real eye-opener. It made me realize that we need to fight for the rights of the most vulnerable people, and I'm not willing to listen to hypocritical and fake speeches on that topic anymore.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President, for your words. Thank you for reminding us of that fantastic moment. President Samper. President Zapatero has talked to us about fiscal reform. Now, we see in Colombia, Peru, Chile, Brazil, we see in Chile, Colombia, Brazil, changes and blockages in parliaments due to the fragility of majorities. So can left-wing leaders in Latin America, that there are in a number of countries, can they achieve political agreements? Can they keep their electoral promises to reduce inequalities, for example? Can they do that without political agreements in order to give the other side the labour and fiscal reforms that others want? I know it's not an easy question, but that's what we're here for. Well, I hope I won't fail this exam. We need to understand that at the moment in Latin America, we have a crisis in representation. Parties are becoming weaker, particularly left-wing parties. And they're becoming weak to the extent that the right is growing stronger as a response, because there's a tendency towards fascism. There's a growth of the right in Europe. You know, and these groups are getting close to power. We're seeing political parties being replaced. We're seeing other groups filling the void. So when it comes to these parties, and I think it's due to presidential systems, parties have taken up this space to represent or to represent people against other economic actors and other interest groups, communications, the media, NGOs, risk analysis, this whole universe of political actors who do politics without any political responsibility. These are the ones who are persecuting leaders from the progressive side of things. Those are the ones who are trying to take over politically. These are the political stakeholders who are very present in countries like Chile, Michel. They have power and influence. And at the same time, left-wing parties, progressive parties, have been growing weaker because they don't have the right messages in many cases, or because they have so many varied, inconsistent messages, or because they don't manage to get through to people. I mean, churches, for example, they have a huge, violent role in attacks on the left. And talking about non-Catholic churches, media are playing a role in terms of ideological polarization, something that we've never seen before in our region. So if we don't take clear-cut action in light of what is happening and the right wing gaining ground, well, this could be the end of progressive parties. I'm sure not everyone will agree, but my opinion is that we need a change in the political system. We need to have semi-parliamentary systems which allow us to reunify. As we're seeing here in the European Parliament, there are groups with one political project and one ideology, and because of that, it's difficult, really to find a response to social issues and how we carry out social reforms. If, on the other hand, you then have an executive who are basically clientelist, and this is all the result of the presidential systems that we have. It's a kind of false mix of US presidentialism, federalism, and then also monarchism on the other hand. And by saying that, it makes me think of Monterroso story about Hernan Cortés arriving and saying to the Aztec leader, "We have come to talk to you of God, civilization, and man." And the Aztec leader says, "Perfect. What do you want to know?"
Presidente Rafael Correa.
President Rafael Correa, for the last 4 or 5 years, we've been talking a lot about the digital and the climate transition and what we can do to ensure that they're just and leave no one behind. Next week in Strasbourg, we will be approving a law on artificial intelligence, most probably. And in order to have a democratic digital model and in order to have an effective digital transition, we need allies in the world. We need to go beyond the European Union. And we're looking for partners in Latin America as well. My question is this a political priority in Latin America? Is it a priority for a farmer in the Amazon rainforest? Is it a priority for an unemployed person who might be homeless, for example? How can we undertake these transitions in such a way that it includes everyone? Well, climate responsibilities affect everyone. We have other kinds of responsibilities in Latin America. For example, think about a family that doesn't have any income and who lives next to the forest. Well, they'll cut down the trees. If they don't receive any direct benefit from protecting the environment, then that's the price that will need to be paid. And what we're seeing that a lot of people are polluting the rivers and the forests and the natural areas that they actually benefit from. But rich people also are the ones who pollute a great deal. And I have some figures here. We have figures for global pollution as well. And these rich people are consuming all of these goods, and they're not the ones who are signing the agreements, the COP agreements or the Kyoto Agreement, Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement. And that's another interesting point, because it's important to understand that even though we might be using the same software, it doesn't expire, it doesn't get used up in the same way that nature does. But we don't sign strong agreements to protect environmental goods or commodities. However, we can't say the same of knowledge and data. The new colonialism will be a cognitive colonialism. We will depend on data and knowledge that comes from others, and that's a major factor, a major driver in society right now. And it's the first world that is generating this knowledge. We, however, are generating natural commodities, and so the richer nations need to pay for what they're consuming, and if they did, then we wouldn't be discussing this topic. But it's really a case of the power balance. And in any case, we all have environmental accountability, but it's differentiated. The US has and this is from 2018, it has 4.3% of the population, but 14.3% of the population. China also has a huge population and much lower emissions. And then much poorer countries, not necessarily Latin America, but others, have high levels of inequality between rich and poor. But the poorest people in the world are in Central African republics, and they represent 13% of the population and just 1% of emissions. So there should be common responsibilities, but they should be differentiated. And I think the EU is a real example here, because it has 5% of the population and is responsible for 8.4% of emissions, and it's always making an effort to reduce those emissions. And therefore, it is an example to follow, because it's leading the fight against climate change. We should all be concerned about climate change because it's the only planet we have. But at the same time, we have poverty at the same time. Children are still dying from diseases and basic things like stomach aches and things like that. And we're seeing how tourists take photos with the indigenous people. They don't make any effort to protect their natural environment. Some years ago, we thought that the only important thing in nature was human beings, but now human beings are actually a burden for the environment, for progressives and other political parties. And I think they're not a burden, but nor are they helping. They're not the most important thing, but nor are they the worst thing to happen to nature. And I think development often involves pollution, and it is a way of preventing premature deaths among children, to improve health and education and eradicate poverty. I wanted to thank José Luis before I end, because he talked about how many Ecuadorian citizens were legalized, their status was legalized in Spain. The banking system collapsed, and when banks are doing well, no one bats an eyelid, but when they are not, they have to be bailed out. And I think a lot of Ecuadorians, due to the crisis, had to move to Spain, and they didn't have their paperwork in order. Domestic workers were known as the Ecuatoriana, the Ecuadorian woman. And those migratory flows have gone backwards and forwards depending on the political and economic circumstances in the country. There's been a great deal of destruction in Ecuador during this period, and so it's human beings that export neoliberalism. We are not just socialists because it ties in with our beliefs. We believe that it is the right solution. It will allow people to live with dignity. And if we ask the right might ask what countries have developed under socialism, but that's maybe not the right question. We should be asking what Latin American country has developed under neoliberalism, and the answer is none.
Muchas gracias, mucho.
Thank you so very much indeed. President Michelle Bachelet.
En América Latina, aquí también.
In Latin America and here in Europe, we are fighting against the far right, and they often attack minorities, but also women who are actually a majority in the population. They aren't really a minority. And I'd like to know, how can we fight against far right views, and how can we extend our rights as women?
Muchas gracias, María Manuel.
Thank you very much, Maria Manuel. I'd just like to make a comment to José Luis and to congratulate him actually for what he said about not outsourcing foreign policy to the US. I'd like to think we have similar experience in that sense. And I think when it comes to slow integration, regionally speaking, in the Latin America, well, often this is because the Latin American governments were following the line set by the US. You know, the Lima Group was created specifically to leave Venezuela out. And the same happened at the Human Rights Council and in other fora. And often there are these hidden conflicts going on. There are right-wing governments, left-wing governments, centre-right, centre-left governments. But the arguments often aren't about really arguments. It's about geopolitics. It's about leaving Maduro out. And many of the initiatives that existed were lost because of that. UNASUR, the same happened with where Ecuador was involved. And it was all about not particularly those forms of integration, you know. It more complex than that. Mexico, Colombia, and Chile, I believe, had right-wing governments, and that had an impact as well. What I think, and I always look to Pepe Mujica on this, we need to consider that we are countries that aren't a huge trade value in that sense. But what is key, take into account what our countries are, is regional integration. It could make a huge difference. And I think I'm a historical optimist rather than a tactical optimist. Things can get very bad, but we need to have the right context in which things can exist, in which we can bring governments with different perspectives together, and we can make everyone see that integration is key for everyone. Now, the difficulties being faced by our societies over the last 50 years since the coup in Chile, we're commemorating the coup not just in September but throughout the year. What we want to do is to look at the past, yes, but to learn lessons from the past for the future. So 50 years later, looking back over the brutal dictatorship you all know we had, how do we strengthen democracy? How do we make sure human rights are respected by everyone? That's the lens we want to look at this through. And there are lots of initiatives going on around that. However, I want to tell you that the Latino Barometer had a survey recently. Around 85% of the people who responded said that there were reasons for the coup. And for my generation, that's just absolutely unbelievable, unacceptable in a country like Chile. And another part of Chile said that Pinochet was the best leader we have ever had in our country. So, you know, we have to take that into account when we look at what the far right's doing, because they will be reading what happened in history. Bolsonaro read history and acted accordingly. And we heard this from someone who was elected to a council in my country, said, oh yes, Pinochet was a very good governor. And we mustn't forget the history of our countries. One of the worst legacies of the Pinochet government, beyond human rights, which we all know about, is something that we still haven't resolved. And it's about the neoliberal concept of extreme individualism. How do we get people to understand that there is an us instead of just an I? That solidarity as a principle is important. And I'll get on to women, but as you know, Chile was the only country in the world where employers did not contribute to workers' pensions. It was only the state and workers, and we managed to change that and to get employers to pay into pensions. But the discussions people were having in the street, you know, the idea was to have an intergenerational solidarity fund. But what people were saying was, oh, no, I want to look after my own pocket. So when we look at the progress we want to make, it's not just about whether there's a majority, even that's an important part, but it's also about cultural changes. That happened to me with the education reform. Low and middle class people don't want integration. And I'm sure we can all remember what happened to a minister. And there was discussion really of aspirations that people have and what they think is the right thing to become. And as I say, there are still things that we are struggling to change in Chile. But it's key when it comes to women as well. Women are more than 50% of the global population. If we look at the pandemic, if we look at many years before, not all women enjoy equality. So policies that are neutral will probably leave women out. They'll still be discriminated against. They'll still be marginalized. It's difficult if you're a woman who is a professional, if you have particular skills, if you're a poor woman, a woman living in rural areas, an indigenous woman, a woman who is a person of color. So it's not the same coming at this as someone who is diverse in another way, someone from the LGBTQI+ community, for example, who is a woman. And we really have to look at this. You know, we saw this through the pandemic. It's affecting our societies, and we need the public policies that are more progressive. And the problem is that sometimes we don't look at the intersectionality of these issues. I think it's absolutely vital that for us to think about how we progress in terms of women's rights, that we take all of this into account. We need to imagine this. What's it like for women who are being marginalized, for women experiencing discrimination? What kind of policies do they need? And the problem isn't just about policy. It goes beyond that. In some countries, there are, more older people, more women, less women, more indigenous people in particular countries. But the intersection of women who are disabled, poor, live in rural areas, we don't have the data about intersectionality of the experiences of women. So the reality is that they're probably being marginalized to a great extent. So, when we had the crisis at the end of the last decade, I was in government and we had an economic package. We were trying to stimulate the economy and protect people. And the Economist said that it was the fifth most comprehensive package, not the biggest in terms of the amount, but it was the most comprehensive in terms of tackling the crisis. And there wasn't a single policy in there for women. All of my colleagues were men, and there was no policy in there for women. And there was a lot of discourse nowadays about women, but there isn't really much integration of women into policies. There's some inclusion of women in some countries more than others. The government currently in Chile is certainly my government. They have a feminist policy and I support them, but we need to work really hard in other countries for women to be included in politics, in looking to the future. And clearly we need more parliamentarians who are women. We had a quota when we were in government, 14%, 38% I think is currently the level. So things are going up, but it's absolutely vital that we continue fighting for this. We need to tackle the problems we're facing. Informal work in Latin America is hugely significant. 70% of informal workers are women. So what does that mean? On the one hand, bad working conditions, precariousness, but also through the pandemic and because of other reasons, we end up with subsidies for vulnerable workers. But what they don't have access to is social protection. So if we want to continue working, and congratulations to you, yes, for the Istanbul Convention, that goes without saying. As a woman, I was in Strasbourg defending that, and I wasn't asked about this, but in terms of the Istanbul Convention, well, we need to think about AI, artificial intelligence. This is the only region of the world where work's being done on this. And we need to think about regulation in that sense. So well done for everything you've done in all of that sense. To sum up, without democracy, there's no human rights. Without women, there is no democracy and no development.
Agradezco a los hombres que aplaudieron.
Thank you to the men who applauded. Some were more enthusiastic than others. I can see you. But it's true. It's true. Over 50% in Chile are women. And despite that, this whole issue of stereotypes means that in many national documents, international documents, we talk about vulnerable minorities when we talk about women. But are women the minority? No, they're not. So we have so much to improve in the world because women suffer discrimination traditionally, historically, and they tend to be excluded because of that. Some women have been impacted by growing up with discrimination. Not all of us, not me, but there are a couple of things that are really important here. On the one hand, we need to be inclusive. On the other hand, we need to have a strong connection with what reality is like for other women. And we need to have abstract discussions that some of my colleagues talked about. We need to get closer to political parties, to bring women closer to political parties. Because it was the internal logic of these parties that created the distancing from people, really. The way that they worked and the nepotism and the functioning of these parties. And as president, I also looked at that and I was deeply troubled by it. So I think women can also help, can contribute to this by looking at political parties with a strong intention, and to make sure that politics gets out into the streets, because that's where it needs to be, so that we can make change. And I think we all agree that everyone, absolutely everyone, however they identify, needs to be able to have the life that they want, a life of peace. Because what does it mean to be on the left today? There are lots of answers to that question. But one thing is clear. We never accept what is unacceptable. We never accept someone living without dignity and respect as all people deserve. And I will keep fighting for that. Thank you.
E para terminar, voltando à minha.
And so I'll go back to Portuguese to conclude, and I would like to apologize to the interpreters for speaking in a mixture of Spanish and Portuguese before. I'd like to thank the guests today for being here today and for this wonderful, very lively and critical and interesting conversation that we've had today. As the coordinator of the work that we do with Latin America, I'd like to thank everyone who made this event possible, like Alejandro Esteban. I am very well aware of the work that he's done and the logistical challenges that are involved with this kind of event, and all of this needs to be undertaken while we do all of our work in general. So I'd like to thank him in particular, as well as many other people. I'd like to thank all of you who attended, and I would like to invite you now to enjoy the coffee break here in the room, and the next panel will probably be just as interesting as this one, and that will start in around 10 minutes. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much to you all. We've had a fantastic first panel as part of today's event being organised by the European Party of Socialists and S&D with collaboration of the Puebla Group and the Ebert Trust. It's been fantastic to have so much interest and so many people participating this afternoon. So thank you to the diplomatic corps. There are many representatives from diplomatic missions, ambassadors here today as well. Many members, MEPs, who are very much interested in this desire to build a progressive agenda on both sides of the Atlantic. We're here to listen to each other, see how we see things, we see reality, what do we expect, what do we want, and how do we see this new agenda. We need to understand each other, how we're dealing with our own monsters, which we certainly have on both sides of the Atlantic, the far right, the radical right, which seems to be able to take control of governments and institutions. And I'm looking forward to this second panel, which I'm sure will be just as fascinating, which is looking at new progressive voices setting the agenda in Europe and Latin America. We want to build a common agenda in light of the world we're facing, social and climate crises, new challenges, new threats, and we want to go back to our soul, social justice, and look at how we implement that all over the world. Take into account the changing global order, an order in crisis, multilateralism in crisis, international institutions which are not able to work. We want to rebuild based on a shared agenda and with renewed, more representative, more inclusive institutions, because in the 20th century those organizations were very exclusive in many cases. So, 4 new voices next to me to talk about new voices in Europe and Latin America. Camila Jara, member of Brazil's National Congress. She was involved in the fight against Bolsonaro and the far right in her country, and today is supporting the new government, Lula's government, which is a source of hope for the country, for the region, and for the whole world. It's one of the best bits of news we had last year. It really has had such a dramatic shift in Brazil, and really marks a turning point for the world as well. And I hope she can talk to us about the progressive agenda that's being put together there, and her experience fighting the ideas that Bolsonaro represents, toxic ideas, fake news, and all the things Brazil had to deal with. We have Cecilia Nicolini, who is State Secretary of Climate and Innovation in Argentina. And I think it'd be particularly interesting for you to talk to us about the green agenda, climate change, and how we achieve similar goals with facing similar problems, but in different ways, because we're starting from different realities. You know, Argentina is such a varied country, has a lot of influence in the region and involved in the G20 as well. We have Veronica Mendoza, founder and leader of Nuevo Peru, New Peru, and was a presidential candidate in the past. I hope she can talk to us about her experience organizing an agenda for a whole country as a candidate for the presidency, and perhaps she can talk about the chaotic political scene in Peru, which we've seen over recent months and years. And finally, Giuseppe Provenzano, we're delighted to have you here with us today, the European on the panel. He is the International Secretary of Italy's Partito Democratico. He was also Minister for South Relations under Giuseppe Conte, and has been involved in creating the synergies and the links that we're interested in. and was also been involved in looking at what was happening with the PD in Italy and how we can build this new progressive agenda in his country and in Europe. Without further ado, I'll give the floor to Camila. Thank you all for being here.
Boa tarde a todas.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I wanted to say that it's a real honor to be a part of this panel with so many important figures who have contributed to my political education. A lot of them have gone through here and made their contributions, and it's great to be part of the panel with young women who are fighting for women to be able to struggle against the extreme or the far right in Europe. I wanted to thank S&D here in Europe for opening up a space for people to discuss Latin America, our countries, and the different inequalities and challenges that we're facing. As you must know, there is a lot of inequality in our countries, and these are countries that are based on a slave economy. And in Brazil, our processes are developing. We're seeing improvements in different social indicators, and the poorest populations have been able to make progress, although this process was attacked in June 2013 when people experienced significant political instability and attacks on their social rights. And this was a discourse against corruption and that we had to clean up politics, but over years we saw that this was an agenda based on removing people's rights and making the country subservient to others, and we weren't able to make progress. And protests started in July 2013, and that led to a coup, and the first woman president of Brazil, Dilma Rousseff, was taken out of her role, and President Temer took over with an agenda that deepened social inequalities and led to Brazil being submerged in a deeper economic crisis, and people were completely unprotected at that point in time. When we talk about strengthening the state and democracy, people need to understand what the reality is on the ground. And when we talk about a country like Brazil, we're talking about a population with 33 million people with food that are suffering food insecurity. That is the situation that we're experiencing now. People don't see this in their day-to-day life, and those people don't have anywhere to leave their children while they work. They go to NGOs looking for help and they don't get any. And so it's important to, when we talk about trying to protect democracy, it's very difficult to understand this from the point of view of someone who feels that their rights aren't being protected. So it's very difficult for people to distance themselves from a far-right agenda that purports to help people. And that is how Bolsonaro came to power, even though there were fraudulent elections that removed Lula da Silva from running. We ended up with a far-right government that took over control of the country. And in that context, Lula was in prison in Curitiba, and over half of young people wanted to leave Brazil because they couldn't see any opportunities in the long term or how the country would be rebuilt. Public universities were experiencing lots of protests because students weren't able to study. The conditions weren't right for them to be able to study. They couldn't pay their bills in those institutions. They couldn't pay water or electricity bills. And as a result of that, a group of young people got together because they wanted to take over politics, and at that point, if they were more present in politics, they would be able to take part in more public debates and really talk about social and sustainable development and talk about how to reintegrate that into Brazilian politics. A lot of people were seeing employment reforms, other kinds of reforms, and a lot of rights were being withdrawn from the population. Programs like My House, My Life, which would ensure affordable housing for very vulnerable people, was withdrawn. Minimum wage wasn't adjusted, and large parts of the population were isolated and excluded. And so we used a number of, we saw how the far right was getting into people's homes through fake news, through misinformation. And in 2020, we saw how a lot of young parliamentarians were actually elected in their local authorities. And we used that wave, that trend, in order to be more present in different spaces like social media. That led to greater political mobilization. We didn't have lots of money to run huge campaigns like the far right was doing, but we still were able to reach a lot of people and see how people were connecting to our message through social media. And that is how we were able to mobilize the population. Lula then is released from prison, and the population that were really suffering at this point were able to focus on economic arguments rather than moral ones, which happened in the previous elections. The far right tend to mobilize people based on different moral arguments or emotional arguments. And I'm sure you have experience of this in the European Parliament. And so we were able to ensure that Lula da Silva was elected, but with a small majority with a very conservative Congress, which is always trying to impose its agenda, withdrawing people's rights. And so we, in Brazil, were able to go back to these structural programs that would allow people to develop and build a fairer and more equal society, but we still need support in the same way that all other countries in Latin America need support in order to keep building on those programs and develop a common agenda, a shared agenda, because the problems that we have in Brazil are the same problems that exist in Peru, in Chile, and in other countries. And so if we're able to come together and think about how we can continue to develop economically, then I think we have a chance of reducing inequality. And Latin America can once again be present in those important debates. We've seen a process of disenfranchisement in a lot of Latin America, and so we want people to come back to the political debate. Sustainable development is something we really believe in, but there are challenges involved. We have to think about how we protect our environment while managing our economic agenda. The idea is to protect our environmental heritage for future generations, because we can't talk about environmental protection without thinking about the population and the indigenous populations which are currently living in poverty in Brazil. We cannot talk about preserving the environment without considering the settled populations and projects that prioritize social engagement. Those communities are really important, and we need to coordinate the different countries in Latin America to not only protect the Amazon rainforest, but other centers of biodiversity. That is crucial so that we can continue to reduce inequality, whether it's gender inequality, racial inequality, and the inequality that's imposed on people. We have to join forces against the far right, because otherwise it will rise up, especially in the next elections. We know that some countries will be facing elections soon, and if we don't have a shared agenda, if we don't work in a coordinated way, then we won't have much of a chance to make progress in Latin America. We want the progressive parties to move forward. We understand that the far right is very well coordinated, and Bolsonaro was coordinating with the far-right parties here in the EU as well in order to build his strength and influence. So we need to be united as well so that our agendas can lead to a better world. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Camila.
Thank you very much, Camila. Over to you, Cecilia Nicolini. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. Thank you to you, Javi, for organising this fantastic day, not just the panel, but the whole day. It's a privilege and an honour to be here with you. It's really difficult. It's difficult when you come from the South of America to be concise, especially when you hear from all these fantastic ex-presidents. So I'll do my best to not send you to sleep and to make sure we have an active, interesting debate. I had something in mind to tell you, but in light of what others have said, I've been taking notes, and I think I can maybe provide my view on all of the things that have been said, because it was so fascinating, and really we're getting to the heart of the dialogue that we need to have in Latin America, and the connection we need to have with Europe, and the task of listening to each other, as we heard from Mr. Zapatero. When it comes to Argentina, this year Argentina is facing a very complex period. We're going through a lot in my country, and it's an important year actually as well, because this is 40th year of democracy in my country. My generation, is a generation of democracy. I was born in 83, so you can tell how old I am. But we are the sons and daughters of democracy, my generation. We are the sons and daughters, the grandchildren of the mothers of the Plaza de Mayo who fought against the democracy and put their lives on the line fighting to find their children. We take the fight out into the streets, fighting as feminists to achieve rights, and that brought us so much. But often during election cycles, focus groups say that we shouldn't talk about feminism, but we won't take one step backwards with regard to all the rights that we have fought for and achieved. And as you say, there's so much to be done. We are the sons and daughters of the people's fights, struggles, and in crises as difficult as the one we had in 2001, we made sure that some people had access to support despite everything that was going on. So as we celebrate 40 years of democracy, it's greatly sad what we're facing in terms of the far right rising. This is happening in Argentina as well, increasingly, and the US, Brazil, Colombia. We've seen things happening all over the place, but Mr. Zapatero knows that Argentinians are very ambitious, and we always try to take things one level further, and we can even manage to have hair that's crazier than Donald Trump's. So we have a strong tradition in Argentina, for example, of public secular education. I know that there's a big struggle going on in Chile in terms of funding education. We're really proud in Argentina of having the best public universities in Latin America, in Argentina, the University of Buenos Aires, in fact one of the best in the world. But all of this is under threat with our enemies that we're seeing on the rise. So I think what we need to think about are the spaces that we need. And how have those spaces where we have the opposition rising, how did they come about? What did we do wrong? And what are the policies that we need to tackle this, particularly taking into account the most vulnerable and the most disadvantaged who would be most affected by right-wing policies. Now, my current role is State Secretary for Climate Change. And I'm most involved with responding to the climate crisis and climate change. As Ms. Bachelet was saying, we need to do this. And so I can perhaps repeat what Rafael Correa said, because I agree with a lot of what he said. We have a demand from the Global South. The Global South wants to be heard, wants to be involved in discussions at the international level. And basically, I have 5 points to share with you in terms of where we are, what are the big challenges we're facing, not just Argentina, but the Global South in general. How do we tackle the crises we're facing? So, on the one hand, I think the climate crisis needs to become a profoundly economic discussion, because the starting point is the region with the most inequality in the world. And in the climate crisis, what we're seeing very clearly is that inequalities are becoming deep-rooted because of the climate crisis. As Rafa was saying, however many years of the development we have, and in Argentina's case, we have a very low percentage at the global level. And depending on the year and the particular numbers, we're talking about 5 or 6% in terms of our contribution. We've never had a particularly high number, and it isn't particularly high at the moment. But we also need to consider the impact of the climate crisis. And the impacts are much more ferocious in countries like ours, where our infrastructure, our population, our health systems, our social services are much more vulnerable than in other countries when it comes to confronting and dealing with drought or increase in prices, because the drought leads to increasing prices. And on top of that, climate change only compounds those impacts. So flooding, storms, all of this has already existed. But what we're seeing is the intensity increasing. We're seeing these things happen more often, and they are worse. And that is the reality of the climate crisis we're facing. So what we need to think about is the resources we have to face up to these challenges. So that brings me to my second point, really. How do we achieve greater integration, greater multilateralism with regard to the climate crisis? What resources do we have as a global community to face up to all of this? And I think there's a lot of cynicism, hypocrisy, and I think this was made very clear in the other panel in this space in terms of the questions that were raised there. I don't want to just talk about vaccines, but just before this meeting, I was negotiating vaccines for the Argentinian state. And, are we going to come out of the pandemic with more solidarity? Absolutely not. That's perfectly clear now, because all the pandemic did was led to people withdrawing from the global community and trying to protect themselves, my country, my community, rather than helping others. Argentina was in a relatively good position in that sense, because we could manage to arrange pre-purchase orders, 50,000 inhabitants. Is it a little bit less? But in any case, size brings a advantage and creates opportunities. Also, the fact that you have the technology, the laboratories, all of this is an advantage in terms of developing efficient and effective vaccines as quickly as possible. But one of the things, as we heard, thanks to globalization and technology, we managed to get vaccines at record speed. But not for everyone, and not on an equal basis. There are countries who had 9 doses per inhabitant, And there are some countries who don't even have one dose for each inhabitant of that country. So this is a direct consequence, or the situation in those countries is a direct consequence of that impact and that factor in terms of access to vaccines. We need to ensure access to efficient and effective vaccines. We managed to make progress on this. We had to negotiate with the Russian Federation to get access to vaccines. We didn't have support from anyone because everyone was basically, it was every man for himself. Each country was trying to get vaccines for their own population. The COVAX mechanism clearly failed. It quite obviously failed because it was basically the only multilateral instrument that we had with regard to vaccines during the pandemic, and it failed. And I don't think anyone is denying that, but no one is doing anything about it. No one is saying that it failed. So when we think about climate change, the solution isn't about particular countries. It's not, it's going to affect all of us, but it's going to affect some more than others. And we have some similarities there. We have slogans, we have those, something we keep repeating, for example, and Rafa often talks about this at the conferences of parties. We need to think about differentiation here. Together for implementation, people like to say. We've heard at previous COP conferences, but we still have pretty precarious progress being made. We have subsidiary bodies meeting at the moment and preparing for COP in Dubai. But the solutions and the progress they're making, it's all not particularly serious. And after the conference, I say to my team, I think we deserve extinction at this stage. But in any case, it goes without saying that we'll keep fighting for progress on this. Another thing Javi mentioned was Argentina's leading role, or participation perhaps more than leadership, in G20. So the question really there is how we can get things to change. One of the fundamental things that was discussed in the pandemic was the need to change the global financial architecture. There are discussions, yes, but we can't really say that there's been any progress after the pandemic. We had the Glasgow summit on climate change, and there was a proposal by Alberto Fernandes, and then Lula from Brazil also considered this a very important priority. There were the Bridgetown discussions, which we'll see discussions coming to an end soon with Macron in Paris. And there might be a basis for finding a solution for this. But we're dealing with concrete problems. And when we put things forward, and there are issues that are particularly relevant for Latin American countries, Argentina, that these countries are having to deal with climate change, pandemic, but they're also in a lot of debt, too much debt. These are serious problems. Argentina took the biggest loan from the IMF ever, and the reason they were given that is so that a right-wing government would win in Argentina, the Macri government. Drawing rights need to be reformed because this is vital for countries to be able to work on their development. So basically, overall, we're talking about reform. Serious reform, not just peeling the label off and putting a new name on something, on these multilateral banks, or saying that there's some kind of climate badge or sustainable badge. What we need is brand new funds that take account of our needs, and there needs to be an agenda, because often Latin America and the Caribbean is not considered as a priority. Adaptation policies are what we need. We need help to adapt our education, healthcare systems, and so on to the reality of the climate crisis. We need to do this now. And it can't just be about reducing costs. We have our commitments, and we have committed. We've ratified the convention, and we have commitment to our emissions by 2050, and we have commitments by European countries as well. and yet we don't have the resources we need to achieve our commitments. A really important point, diversifying. In the interest of sustainable development, I'll keep it brief. In Latin America, we're also talking about exporting raw materials, and we're trying to work out how, with all of the needs that we have, how do we change our model of production once and for all. We're not talking about even changing 40 years ago. We're talking about how things were 5 years ago and how they are now. There hasn't been much achievement in terms of getting the funds there, particularly for those countries that need them to make progress. And what we need to stop is the cycle of with basically the bad stuff being up to us and the good stuff going elsewhere. So we need to carry out this transformation, not just in Argentina, but in other countries, Brazil, Peru, in all countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And there is a need for us to think about real social justice. How do we achieve that in the 21st century? It can't exist without environmental justice, and that is why such a transformation is required. As Raphael was saying, there's a question we need to think about. The transformations, the transitions need to take place with people, humans at the center. We need to think about lifting people out of poverty, because that is how we achieve a level of well-being that allows us to live in harmony with nature and do what we need to do. So this agenda, clearly, and this is what the debate is about, this agenda needs to achieve development that is free, sovereign, fair and sustainable. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. Ahora sí.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to give the floor to Veronica Mendoza. Good afternoon, everyone. Friends, colleagues, and brothers and sisters in Quechua from the south of my region, Cuzco. And I'd like to thank this panel and all of those who organized this event. Thank you for inviting me. And thank you for being here today. And I'd like to apologize because I understand that the topic we are discussing today is the relationship between the EU and Latin America, but I actually wanted to talk about the very specific situation that is affecting my country, Peru, at the moment. And it's a very specific situation, but that is not unusual. And even though it's a very specific situation in Peru, I will touch on some of the topics that are important to both regions. Right now, in Peru, we're celebrating Flag Day, and a lot of communities and groups have announced that from July onwards there'll be a lot of protests, and they won't be waving the red and white flag, our national flag, but rather a flag of mourning, a black and white flag that we have been waving for some months now, given the crisis that we're enduring. And today, actually, Javi, it's been 6 months since the military regime led by Ms. Boluarte came into power. And she is leading this in inverted commas, but really she's just the face of a authoritarian, conservative, mafia-style coalition. And this works closely with the far right, which is embedded in parliament and receives support from the media oligarchs and other groups, new mafia with a great deal of power and money, as well as the armed and police forces. So this is an authoritarian coalition which is moving forward quickly, undermining human rights and trying to ensure its impunity and further its own economic interests. And in the last few months, it's been able to take over the Constitutional Court, the Ombudsman, and is now looking to take over the electoral systems as well. And before this panel, we were talking about the fact that in the EU and in Latin America, there'll be several elections. Some of them may be unexpected or before they were anticipated, but in Peru, even though we want early elections, it's unlikely that we'll get them. They may happen in 2026, which is when they should occur if we were to follow the timelines, but there's nothing to guarantee that these will be free or democratic elections. But what's most painful about this situation is the fact that during this crisis, 68 Peruvian people have lost their lives. 49 of them have been killed using military or police weapons in a period of only 2 months. And human rights organizations have identified this, as we've been saying in Peru, as illegal executions. And I wanted to underline this because we're not talking about collateral damage or excessive use of force, which sometimes happens when in Latin America we try and contain social conflicts or movements. These are systematic and planned actions against people who are trying to exercise freedom of expression. And so we've seen illegal executions, and Amnesty International, in a rigorous analysis of 26 cases, has documented at least 20 cases of illegal executions, 15 of them against people below the age of 21. And this is unfortunate. The vast majority of victims were young people from indigenous backgrounds, like Rosalina Flores from Cusco, my region. She was around 20 years old. She was a catering student. And in Peru, we're very proud of our food culture. And she received 36 bullets in the back. And she was admitted to hospital and survived for 60 days before she died. Marcos Samillan was from Juliaca, Puno, and was a medical intern, and along with some of his friends, he actually set up a group to help people who had been injured during protests. And while he was kneeling down helping someone who had been injured, he was actually shot in the back in his kidneys, and when he tried to get up, he was shot in the chest as well. And some of those bullets that killed innocent Peruvians actually came from here, from Europe. And so during the crisis, we asked for an end to the sale of weapons to such a repressive government. And so that's why I would like to thank all the European voices, all of the members of civil society and members of this parliament who raised their voices and were able to bring an end to the sale of weapons to Peru that came from private companies but were backed by member states. Thankfully, this is no longer happening. And I welcome this because this is the cradle of human rights. Europe is the cradle, the birthplace of human rights, and so we cannot stay silent when human rights are being undermined. So I think it's very worrying that Mr. Odaro, the President of Ministers, is actually meeting with our Chancellor in official meetings in France and Spain with the aim of getting Peru to become a member of the OECD. And nothing is being said about human rights violations in Peru. And I understand that foreign policy involves the relationships between different member states, regardless of their ideology. But here we are talking about defending human rights and people's lives. And so I think we need to give democracy a voice, and Mr. Otaro's visit shouldn't be a way of improving Peru's image, because he was the Ministry of Defense during the Macucho massacre. 10 citizens were killed in one day under his political responsibility. He hasn't actually taken accountability for that. And in fact, he was commended by Ms. Boluarte, and he then became part of the Council of Ministers. And so, as part of this panel, I would ask that the democratic voices of Europe join Peru and human rights organizations to create an interdisciplinary group of experts who will support the justice system that will have to investigate these deaths. And this is a suggestion made by the committee, the Inter-American Committee that came to Peru. They did a very exhaustive study on the human rights situation in the country, and they've suggested that this expert group could be set up in order to protect the interests of protect human rights and the victims of these crimes. But these aren't isolated incidents. This crisis didn't actually start on the 7th of December last year, nor did it start on the 28th of July 2021 when Pedro Castillo, the former president, took office. What we're seeing here today is the result of 30 years of predatory neoliberalism and 500 years of colonialism. And what we're seeing in Peru as well shows how the far right is gaining ground through military coups in Latin America. Sometimes it does it in a very subtle way, but it's still very effective. This happened in Brazil. Camila already told us about the military coup some time ago, and also the coup that was attempted after Lula took power. We saw this in Bolivia as well, how a military coup took place, and in Colombia as well we're seeing how a politicized justice system is trying to destabilize Petro's government. So this is a coordinated, a systematic and coordinated attack, and so we cannot approach this in an isolated way. We have to be united and coordinated ourselves and bring together different strategies and discourses. We need to dispel these myths and the lies that are being told by different governments and political figures. We also need to reveal their true intentions, the intentions of those who are spreading those lies. But above all, we have to build on alternatives and spread hope and a better and clearer future for people. And for that, we need to be listened to. We need to listen to our communities. We need coherence as well, consistency and bravery. And I will go back to this in the second part, if you'll allow me, because I've run out of time. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Verónica.
Thank you so much, Veronica. Now the floor goes to Giuseppe Provenzano.
Es muy difícil hablar.
Thank you, Javi. It's difficult for me to speak after this speech from Veronica. I'll speak the language of the majority here. Or at least I'll try. Might be a little Italian, Spanish. In any case, thank you very much for inviting me. When there's a discussion about transatlantic relations, there are always discussions about EU-US relations and never EU-Latin America. The West always forgets that part of the world, the far West. And I think the south of the West, a chunk of the global south, kind of sees the traditional West as a closed power clinging to an old version of the world. And I think we have a duty to build strong relations with that part of the world, with Latin America. It's a crucial piece of work for progressive politicians, because progressive politicians in Latin America and Europe need to be able to provide responses to the big questions of the state of democracy and also questions about human rights, as Veronica said. We need to bring democratic socialist thinking up to date into the present. A few months ago, the Latino Barometer published an important piece of information. 49% of Latin Americans support democracy, but 27% are indifferent in terms of the form of government, and 13% of respondents would prefer an authoritarian, non-democratic government. As President Correa said, if you analyse this information, if you look at the quality of democracy, only 6% would say that their country is fully a democracy. The results of the last election in Chile and the constitutional process is evidence of fatigue being felt with regard to democracy. And this is happening all over the world, including in Europe. We've heard about the end of history, but things are moving very quickly. I don't know how many crises we've had, once-in-a-lifetime crises over the last 2 decades, economic, financial, climate, health crises, the pandemic, and a war, finally. So many different crises. And now, as Stefan Zweig says, we're beginning an era of uncertainty. And this is affecting countries where democracy had strong roots in the past. The risk is that we could see a turn away from liberal politics in Europe and beyond. We see what's happening in Turkey, Iran. We saw what happened in Brazil with Bolsonaro and attempted coups. And this is something happening at the continental and global level. The issue of our time is what Martin Schulz said. Democracy is under attack. Democracy has outside enemies, but also internal enemies within our societies. We're talking about an existential threat from war, the imperial ambitions of Mr. Putin, but it goes beyond that. We need to think about relations between states. At the moment, this is dominated by big economies. And since 1989, we have thought that we could replace politics with economic and financial trade relations. We thought that McDonald's could replace politics. And today, what we're seeing is the failure of that idea. And there are domestic threats in our countries, in Europe, because we're seeing populism, nationalism, and all of this is linked to the explosion of social inequality. We're seeing the creation of real fractures in society, and whole parts of society never come into contact with each other. Michael Sander said that democracy doesn't require perfect equality, but it does require elements of shared life, common life, because without that there is no democracy. So I'm from Sicily. Institutions can be threatened by the mafia, but that's not an Italian problem, it's a supranational problem. And we need to think about mafias when we deal with issues related to security. This is something that should unite us all. But when we talk about democracy being threatened, our approach as progressive politicians needs to be careful. We're not talking about geographical blocks clashing, as some were saying. We're talking about autocracy versus democracy. This goes beyond borders. This is cross-cutting in all our Western societies. The same happened in Brazil with Bolsonaro. We can see it. And we have another extreme with Putin. We're seeing these winds blow everywhere in Latin America. We hear about Bukele and his technological autocracy in El Salvador. In Europe, we have the new right. Reactionaries about God and family and all of that. And we've seen this happen in other countries in the past. This is what's happened when we focused on economic growth to achieve progress and rights. Giving up freedom in the interest of social ideals. So we need to come back to the idea of progress. That's what we need to think about. We need to ask ourselves whether the responses we're providing are enough. Because in Europe, citizens are scared of the future and they are turning to the right wing. So we need to see how we respond to that. We need to do it together. Human rights and democracy should be our first response. What is the future of democracy? This is a particularly central aspect of the discussion in Latin America. Luigi Ferraioli, an Italian writer, sees human rights as the core of democracy. And this is why there are insurmountable differences between the left and the right. We need to call a spade a spade. This Parliament, the European Parliament, does it say clearly that Orban's democracy is not a liberal democracy? I think we need to say that Maduro's regime is a regime. It's not what he says it is. We need to call out the realities we see. And this doesn't have to affect the principle of self-determination. We need to say things as they are. It affects the economy, society. It affects everything. And we have a lesson of socialism, the same lesson of Salvador Allende. And I too commemorate 50 years since the coup in Chile. Everyone has said today that there is a new generation of human rights, a generation that we need to drive together. It's related to the environment, the rights for those who cannot yet demand their own rights, the next generations, future generations. It's interlinked with social rights, environmental rights, social justice. Environmental justice is the new challenge. Cecilia talks about the Amazon. Clearly, in Latin America, this is of crucial importance. With this perspective, in Latin America, important things are happening. We're seeing political forces, mass movements, demanding a redistribution, moving away from an extractive economy, respect of women's rights and human rights. And as progressive Europeans, we need to work together. We need to support the processes happening in Latin America. Human rights, democracy, these are the reasons why we stand with Ukraine. It's the same reasons. It's why we stand against the illegal invasion carried out by Putin. We need a fair peace process, one that requires respect of international law and condemns the war crimes that have been committed. We're talking about a watershed. And there may be different positions between our continents on particular happenings. But we need to avoid this logic of West versus the rest, and we need to show leadership in this sense. We need to explain our reasons for choosing to act the way we do, and we need to listen to what some accuse us of. As President Correa said, there is something of a double standard. And this is clear when it comes to sanctions as well, the difference between what we did with gas and what we did with fertilizer, and how all of that has impacted the rest of the world. I think as the West, as Europe, we need to develop credibility. No more double standards from the West. We need to get away from this logic of blocks, get out of the possibility of a new Cold War. There's a lot of nostalgia at the moment about the Cold War. We need to avoid contradiction and being disloyal to the principles that we have learned and that are so important, as the history of Argentina and Chile teach us. All of this needs to be part of how we build a new system at the international level in the middle of this war. We need to think about social justice and environmental justice, which have an important international side, and we need to work on this together. It's something we have in common as European and Latin American progressive politicians. And so, from our view, European integration has been very important here. And this is also an instrument that's being attacked by the neoliberal movement. In fact, we needed a pandemic to get us to move away from European integration that was purely economic and neoliberal. Get away from this logic of leaving countries like Greece behind. And it's thanks to social protection that we've moved forwards in development, and I think that's our task, really. Protection and progress. Opportunity. Because opportunities without social protection, it's a trick. It just creates resentment between those who cannot take part in processes of change and transition. It leads to people closing in on themselves, and they end up voting for the right wing. I don't have much time left. A final thought. Despite the disappointment regarding promises that weren't kept, Latin America needs a stronger Europe, and we need to have a stronger relationship. And I think that's why we also need to stimulate and consolidate integration processes taking place in Latin America. We need to take decisive action. We need to get involved in the path to integration, because the pandemic was a real turning point. And it's becoming a blip. We're all looking at strategic autonomy in Europe, but is that the beginning of how we will act at the political level globally? Shouldn't this be the cornerstone for building the new international multilateral system? All these promises that aren't being kept. I mean, the EU-Mercosur agreement, for example. I think the fundamental reason why that's always got blocked is because of corporativism and the lack of political will. We need to drive this forwards. We need to use the CELAC EU summit to do this, and we need to go beyond the economic side of things. We need to look at university exchanges, cultural relations, politics. And I really am concluding here. There's also a fundamental geopolitical question. The role of China in all of these strategic assets in Latin America. That's not the result of a choice, a geopolitical choice made by those countries. Rather, it's the result of our absence. I'll leave it there. When I went to see Pepe Mujica, he said that he had a tricycle that he really loved. And when it stopped working, the only one he could find to replace it was Chinese. He was devastated. But it wasn't too much of a problem for him because the distances he was traveling were pretty short. And it shows how important this should be to us. It's not just about trade, it goes beyond that.
Bueno, ahora yo me veo.
Okay, so it's my responsibility to moderate this part of the panel, which won't be easy because I think we've discussed a lot of very relevant issues. We've talked about fragile democracy, weakened democracy because it's under threat, combating inequality, how we should be consolidating our democracy through social rights. We understand that there is an infinite inequality within democracies, how the climate crisis and social crises go hand in hand, and how it's important to establish new tax policies in order to deal with crises, and how the radical right has used disinformation in its democratic processes, and how the fight for human rights continues to be a reality in Latin America and Europe as well. I wanted to give you each 3 minutes. And in this second round, we will discuss ideas that we can talk about as progressive politicians at the European Latin American Summit. And we do run the risk of just meeting up and talking, but I think that's better than nothing. It's better than not meeting up at all. And so this panel is a good opportunity, and the summits are a good opportunity to discuss different ideas and proposals. So what are the ideas and proposals that progressive groups should be pushing right now? I'm going to give the floor to Camilla first and then Cecilia. So, having paid attention to everything that was said in this panel, I think we should focus on building a more just society with greater equality. And we need to focus on the environmental issues, because for a long time, countries in Latin America were trying to follow a European development model. And the model that you have applied here is not valid for us for a number of different reasons. And I'm sure there are some ideas that we can exchange, ideas that we can share, but our reality is very different. And we have to focus on our communities, our reality, and we need to find links between the two in order to manage development. We need to consider a new world model, a new way of building things, a new economic model. And there isn't room for authoritarian and violent regimes in that. And so I wanted to draw your attention to the violations of human rights, but also the weakened democratic systems in Latin America. When we experienced a military coup, if we had had a very positive response or a really strong response from the European Parliament, then I don't think we would be seeing what we're seeing in Peru right now, because a precedent would be set and the international community would have shown that it won't put up with any backtracking in this sense. Often in Latin America, we feel like we're alone, that we are having to put out these fires by ourselves. And we need to make every effort to preserve our democracy. And I understand that this is happening in Europe and in other parts of the world. Our democracies are weaker. They're still finding their feet. So we need that strong support from abroad. We need to look at how other countries have been able to develop, and we need to consider the environmental factors as well.
Qué difícil, Javi. Bueno, siguiendo en la línea.
How difficult, Javi. I'll follow up in terms of what was just said, and I'll try and focus on tangible things to avoid being too wordy. This year is a decisive one in terms of what we're doing on climate funding. And it's also a point where in negotiations we're seeing there isn't much progress, but there should be. It's right to consider how valuable we consider ecosystems and what they contribute to countries. I mean, when we consider the added value of processes, we only consider industrial processes. But if we think about the natural capital our countries have, well, that contributes to social, economic development and maintaining health, achieving global balance. I think we need to really leverage that. At COP Buenos Aires in 2004, there was a reference to the fact that our countries were the guarantors, environmentally speaking, even if others were the credit guarantors, financially speaking. So this is an important thing. You know, you have a guarantor for finances, one for the environment, but no one thinks about that equation because all of the weight is still on the financial side. And no one is thinking about the value that we ought to be attributing to the things that are so troubling. You know, the kind of issues where it's all talk and no action in the international fora. So we need to see the value in our ecosystems. We need to think about the countries that have so much environmental value and are keeping things running in that sense. And we need to think about what we can do, what actions we can take to make sure that this environmental transition isn't for the few, for the many.
Y ahora pasaría la palabra.
And now I'd like to give the floor to Veronica. I finished previously by saying that in order to face up to the challenges of today, we need humility, consistency, and bravery. Humility so that we're able to listen to our communities and understand their reasoning, their suffering, their expectations, because often we believe we have the best answers, and sometimes we do have them, but if those answers don't respond to the questions that people are asking, then they don't make any sense. If they don't really connect to the suffering and the expectations of the communities we represent, then those responses won't help the people involved. So we really need to listen to those people, understand what their requirements are, what they really need. We need to focus on a sense of belonging, because that's what people are demanding at the moment, and often the far right do a better job of that than we do. And I talked about consistency because we need to be credible. I think a lot of people are feeling disenfranchised and disillusioned with democracy and institutions, and so we need to continue to talk about the seriousness of climate change. We need to go against climate change deniers and try and bring down those predators who prey on democracy. The due diligence law was approved recently, which creates obligations for EU companies to respect environmental conditions and to have accountability in those countries where they have been polluting or where they have their headquarters. And so we're really grateful for that law, and it will allow us, in the case of companies like Repsol, which was responsible for a massive oil spill on the Peruvian coast, to take responsibility for what they're doing and the pollution that they're causing and the consequences in social and economic terms, because those oil spills affect the people who live in the area. And I talked about bravery or boldness as well, because I think we are facing a critical moment in time where there are democratic and neoliberal crises, and we're also facing a climate crisis. And I think, and this is something that I'm just going to throw out there, and I'm hoping that at some point we can discuss this in more detail. I'm hoping that this will lead to a change, not just on a political level, because our countries need governmental and institutional change, but we need a paradigm shift that will be set up over the next few decades and centuries, and we need to have values that will guide our citizens and our civilizations. And this change in era could perhaps move towards a more authoritarian or conservative reasoning, or it could be more open and more flexible, and it's up to us to define how that paradigm shift takes place. And I know I only have a couple of minutes left, but I wanted to really hammer home the fact that these challenges, we can't face them alone. We need to do that jointly, together, and that is why in Latin America, we need to start working in a coordinated way. We need to speak with a single voice and not be fragmented. And that's why we had the summit in Brazil recently. We're happy that UNASUR is being re-established, and we hope that we're able to find a voice, a joint voice, and speak as one with Europe, so that we can discuss hope for citizens, for communities, and greater certainty when faced with the climate crisis, for example. We shouldn't just talk about the severity of the situation. We should also discuss the possibilities of sustainable development. I think when we talk about the climate crisis, we shouldn't just talk about the fact that it's time for sacrifice. It's also time for opportunities, a time to build on a different sustainable model, to focus on our environmental and biological diversity in Latin America. And we also need to continue to be providers of water and oxygen, which is something that's undervalued at the moment. But we have to be united in order to have a strong democratic voice, and hopefully in the future we can have a further debate on defending democracy. And when I talk about defending democracy, and this is my personal view, it's not about defending democracy as we know it today, because we all agree on the fact that that democracy is currently in a crisis situation. Many citizens don't feel represented in these institutions, and there's a real distance, a disenfranchisement, a disillusionment when it comes to democracy at the moment. So it's not just about defending democracy from the threat of the far right. It's about recognizing the limits of liberal democracy, which hasn't actually been capable of living up to the expectation of our communities. And so we really need to revitalize, really deepen that democracy. And we need to really think about how we do that with deeper rooted institutions in our communities, with more participatory democracy, really promoting social movements, which has been key in Latin America, for example. We've been working closely with women and with indigenous peoples, and that has helped us to stop the far right making progress and to broaden our democracies as well. And I'd like to end by saying, as I said at the very beginning, I talked about our red and white flag, which is now black and white because we are experiencing a period of mourning. And in Peru, like in many other Latin American countries, we have the Huifala flag, a multicolored flag, which represents this idea of unity in diversity. We recognize our diverse cultures, languages, and traditions and different ways of life. And so I want to wave that imaginary flag with you today and celebrate unity and diversity, which we've been able to achieve here in this event. And I hope that we're able to achieve it over and over again in other events as well. Thank you.
Alguien habla de una era de
Someone talks about an era of deglobalization. Let's think about the disruptive strength of creating the largest trade area in the world by strengthening relations between Europe and Latin America. Not just trade relations, but political and beyond. We've talked about a lot. For example, how to get past the model of production based on extraction and rare minerals. How we harness technology, how we make sure what we do is mutually beneficial, how we protect workers' rights as we respond to the environmental situation. We're facing a historic crisis, so I think we need to think about the form of the politics we do. Everything's changing, the world is changing. So I think it's time for us to talk about changing the way we do politics. One of the paradoxes of this year, of the current situation, is that we've seen nationalism on the rise, and as progressive politics, we need to find a new way to act at the international level. Internationalism, particularly within the PES, we've been looking at how we can create more spaces for dialogue, informal dialogue with the Puebla group. But we should also take into account that political parties cannot do enough on their own. In societies, there are many forms of political organization that are outside parties. And sometimes they're fighting the battles without us. So to unite with those groups would be a new way of being progressive. Zapatero talked about the Greeks. And we should think about how we move forwards and constantly commit to this idea of progress and moving forwards. How do we take into account the contradictory nature of humanity? How have we achieved getting our rights despite all of that? Thank you.
Pues, muchísimas gracias y ahora daríamos.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to move on to the conclusions and the final panel. And I'd like to thank the interpreters because we have overrun.
Fantástico.
Sim, claro. Pois vamos começar.
Okay, so let's start the concluding statements. And I wanted to thank all of you once again for taking part. Just for your information, around 1,000 people were connected online through YouTube watching this session, as well as those who were in the room and on the panel. So that just shows, is the interpretation working? If not, I can switch to another language. So anyway, I'd like to thank you for your interest, for taking part. And I'd like to thank the interpreters and acknowledge their great work. I'd like to thank the team from S&D who organised this event, Maria Manuel and Javi Lopez, and the entire S&D group. I'd like to thank all the MPs, the specialists and the presidents, Iratze, members of the government who were here today as well. And it's a huge priority for this group, actually, to work on events like this. We have 2 video messages, which are very quick, from Alberto Hernandez and Van der Leyen, and then I will give the floor to Michelle Bachelet, and then I will speak on behalf of the group. So I'm going to give the floor now to the video message from Commissioner Urpilainen.
Agora com som, por favor.
Can we have the sound, please?
Okay, then, desculpem. Portanto, yeah, the sound is back. So now our Commissioner Urpilainen with sound.
Dear colleagues, Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean have a long history and cooperation together. From strong trade ties to joint commitment to climate action and promoting universal values. In these times of geopolitical uncertainty and increasing competition, we should not take this relationship for granted. We are natural partners, but we must become partners of choice. The EU CELAC Summit will gather leaders in Brussels in July. The summit is a timely, critical opportunity to reboot the relation between our regions. I am proud that exactly today the Commission is presenting its proposal for a new agenda for relations between the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean. A proposal for a partnership that will strengthen our links, reduce dependencies, help put the SDGs back on track, and tackle inequalities. Today, I have 3 points to make. First, to form strong political alignment, vision has to be matched with action. We have to present a credible plan to strengthen trade, promote fair, green and digital transition, and advance peace, security and justice. We must be able to walk away from the summit with clear deliverables. One of them will be the EU-LAC Global Gateway investment agenda. It will boost public and private sector investment in the region in a sustainable and value-driven approach. Secondly, we need to be allies also on the global stage and in the multilateral system. We have heard our partners' expectations for a fair global financial pact and are ready to take forward the reform of the multilateral development banks. Finally, people must be at the heart of our renewed partnership. Our actions and investments need to benefit the people and be owned by them. At the summit, we will bring together civil society, youth and businesses to make recommendations to the leaders. Dear friends, the summit will not be the end of a process, but the beginning of it. We all have a role to play in taking this partnership to a new level. I am just back from Costa Rica, where I witnessed the potential. We now have the opportunity to make the future fair, greener, and more sustainable together.
So I'd like to thank the Commissioner Urpilainen, who recorded her message that would be presented today for this meeting. And now we're going to hear from the President Alberto Hernández.
Queridos amigos,
My dear friends, thank you for inviting me to this meeting planned by the Puebla Group with MEPs. We're here to discuss an issue that troubles and concerns us all, and it's an issue that is basically about humanity today. The same humanity that withstood all the pain of a pandemic, which revealed the injustices of our world. Now, few realise this, but there's a vast amount of data that shows how the pandemic shed light on the concentrated wealth enjoyed by the few compared to the poverty of millions. And that very state of affairs has led to people doing some real thinking following the pandemic. And thinking, if you like, that leaves them pretty ticked off when they realise how things are today. People are anxious. People's anxiety is feeding the new right wing. And even though the right wing only really exacerbates their unease, because the right's making people feel like what they're going through is government's fault, and they present themselves as a reaction to the system when actually it's the right wing itself that is the greatest protector of the unjust system we live in. I mean, can anyone actually believe that the conservative Spanish People's Party, or Vox, the Spanish far right, or the fascists that won in Italy really want to build a fairer society? The answer is clearly no. And what we have to ask ourselves is why that hate-filled discourse is getting through to people. Why can't people see all the efforts that were made during the pandemic to keep us alive, to keep the economy going, and to get back afloat? Why can't they see it? Why can't they see the injustice that continues to be driven by conservative politics around the world? And all of that is happening at a unique point in time. A point where we can feel that climate change is more ferocious than ever. Not long ago, Spain was facing a drought problem, and this was affecting their olive groves. A month on, Spain has had problems with flooding that it can't stop. The same's happening in Argentina. We've just had the worst drought for 100 years. And this has come at a time when Argentina is a country dealing with a high level of debt that was racked up by the same conservative politicians who are now preaching how they think we should get out of this mess. And on top of the burden of that debt, we lost $20 billion in exports due to the drought. So in this context, the progressive movement needs to think long and hard about where to go next. Our first rule should be to remain united. Because it's so easy for the right to work together, but progressive politics is far too easily divided. I always put it like this: if there are 10 points under discussion, the right will manage to find one that they agree on, and that'll be enough to unite them. But with progressive groups, if there are 10 points under discussion, and they can't agree on even one of them, that one point is enough to divide them. And that just won't get us anywhere. We need to regroup, to join forces. We need to build strong political blocs that will keep backing everything modern conservatives deny and reject. People like Trump, who deny climate change, reject recognizing diversity, reject abortion, reject women's rights. They don't really want a fairer society. They make everyone believe that what they stand for is freedom. Freedom for a bunch of people who don't get to enjoy freedom in the same way, because not everyone is equally able to enjoy that freedom. They don't have the same circumstances. So what I wanted to do here today with this short contribution was just to send you all my warmest wishes and to share my concerns, which I'm sure are your concerns too. And I wanted to ask you to think about all this. Let's think about it together. And let's always stay united, because as Pope Francis says, no one can be saved alone. Thank you all, and all the best for the meeting.
Mensagem inspiradora do Presidente Alberto Fernandes.
That was a very inspiring message from the President. And now I would like to give the floor to Michelle Bachelet. Well, thank you very much, Pedro, and thanks to everyone here. I had a really big document full of things that I wanted to say, but I don't think I'll have enough time to say everything I want to say. First of all, I think we've been capable of looking to ourselves and listening to one another. As José Luis said, we are starting to understand the moment that we're experiencing as humankind and what's happening in the EU and in Latin America. What can we do as progressive politicians? And I think we've had a very honest, a very interesting discussion. We've been able to really reflect on a number of different topics. We had a panel full of young women, another full of young men, and it's been very interesting, very inspiring, and very stimulating, because I think when we look at such complex problems and we see that people are disillusioned and disappointed in Europe and Latin America, then we understand that this is something that we need to talk about honestly and realistically, and we need to send out a message of hope that things can improve, things can change, and this discourse that everything is gloomy and dark doesn't motivate people. We need to show people that things can change. It is possible, and we need the strength to do that. And we've talked at different times that the situation in the world doesn't resolve or prevent conflicts, and we're seeing that not only in the huge number of conflicts throughout the world, and not just with the conflict in Ukraine. There are a number of conflicts in Africa where there are small internal disputes and conflicts which violate human rights as well. In 1945, we focused on the victors in the Second World War. That led to a shift in the world and a model that no longer responds to the needs of the population. We've seen that the European Union was really important, and you are really an inspiration to us, but at the same time, you have your own internal conflicts. Let's not be naive about this. There's significant divergence within the parliament, but there is one thing that I wanted to say. When the Cold War ended, the hope that we had in Latin America was that Latin America would create this multipolar system that we would need. But it hasn't happened, and it hasn't happened for a number of reasons, which we can discuss. But I think we really need a multipolar, a plural system, not a bipolar system. We don't want to be subordinate to those who make the decisions, and even though I think you have much more power and influence here, we have a lot in common. And in Latin America, we've talked about the importance of integration and the number and the different factors that are preventing that integration. And I think it's difficult to have this productive or economic integration when the countries are very different, because that can lead to certain challenges and complications. But at the same time, I think we can create spaces for unity so that Latin America and the Caribbean can speak with a single voice, so that they can really have a voice and decision-making power in international fora. I think we need a new world order as well, a new world order that is able to respond to the realities we're facing right now. How many years has the UN been trying to reform the Security Council now? For some years now, after 15 years of discussions, the committee in charge of this reached the conclusion that they were going to start to have a conversation on the need to change things. And I don't know whether we'll ever bring an end to the right of veto, but with the inclusion of countries that have a crucial role, that might be possible. Because what we're seeing in Latin America is that there are only 2 or 3 countries that are represented at the Security Council, and their representation rotates, and we don't really have enough economic weight to be in the G7. We are in the G20 with Brazil, Mexico and Argentina represented, and so we hope that in the future we will have better representation. And I think it's key, and we've discussed it here, and I share the views of those who have spoken, that we need a radical reform of financial institutions. The model that we have today is not responding to the realities of the pandemic and the world after the pandemic. It wasn't able to support countries sufficiently well, and a lot of aid and resources didn't get to the countries that really needed it. I would also say that the financial responses to the climate crisis are insufficient as well, as highlighted by other panelists. And the question that I'd like to ask is that at the end of the previous decade, when we had a crisis, everyone thought that we needed to have radical change in our financial and economic models. I remember how Pascal Lamy talked about this, and then suddenly those conservative groups who wanted to maintain the status quo forgot about that, and they made a few small reforms, and then they forgot about it all. And they would say that international financial structure no longer needed to change. So we need to think about how we can make progress here and not have to go back to it time and time again, because the same thing happened with human rights. I used to say, well, maybe with the pandemic, the world war will see an impact in the same way the world wars had an impact. We'll see massive changes, and a lot of countries after the world wars asked, how can we make changes so that this never happens again? And the Universal Charter for Human Rights was established as a result of that. Given the political situation in the world, I'm not sure whether reform is really possible. It could become a Pandora's box. There may be rights that emerge for different groups that we hadn't considered previously, and we need to be careful because we don't want something worse than we already have. But I thought that after the pandemic things would change, and not only did they not change, but after the pandemic people really wanted to go back to normal life, when normal life had led us to the pandemic in the first place. So what we needed to do was to bring an end to that normality that was actually putting us in such a difficult situation. Building back better was something that came about. Then we thought about building forward better, and then we forgot about it. And so the risk that we're facing right now in these discussions is that the world only starts to open its eyes when it's under pressure, and then we start to see that what we have is insufficient, but we can't go backwards. And so that is really important. And then I think we also need an agenda based on peace. Peace is key. It's something that we have in Europe, but we also need to drive forward our social and economic agenda and see how we can respond to those citizens who are living in precarious situations, who are facing uncertainty, as we've mentioned today. And clearly, in progressive politics, we're the ones coming up with some answers at the moment. And I think we also have a lot of capital, a lot of human capital, a lot of knowledge and action. If we're able to put into action a lot of what we've highlighted, we can definitely go far. And as Alberto Fernandez said, and others have said as well, there are 3 words that I want to focus on: unity, unity, unity. Unity in action, unity in reflection. And we also need to reflect on what has worked, what hasn't worked, and exchange different points of view and our experiences that can help us to learn in different contexts, but can also help us to grow and be better. And I think that the left in Latin America and the progressive policies can have some differences, but I think we have more in common, and I think we can move forward together. You need us, we need you, and so unity, unity, unity is key.
Muitíssimo obrigado, Presidente Bachelet. Em nome do grupo dos...
Thank you very much, Ms. Bachelet. On behalf of S&D, just a few more comments in this language that brings us together, because Portuguese and Spanish bring together people on both sides of the Atlantic. I'd like to thank the Grupo de Puebla, which is a great organization. We're very happy that they took part in this event and helped organize all of this. I'd like to thank people for taking part via social media as well. And I would like to reinforce the message that has come across today. We have approved a new agenda for our relationship with Latin America and the Caribbean, our partners in short, and this agenda is the result of the work done by Borrell and Urpilainen. They really fought for this agenda when the European Commission wasn't looking to Latin America. We have this agenda because we fought for it here in the European Parliament and in S&D, and thanks to the 2 commissioners that I've mentioned. I also wanted to highlight that according to our agenda today, we really wanted to reinforce high-level political discourse. And given the different regimes in Europe and Latin America, we need to bring this up to a higher level. Mr. Zapatero said that we have to listen to each other as well. And it's taken us too long to establish the CELAC EU summit. Now we need to meet up much more frequently and have events like this on a more regular basis. We also need to focus on our common roots, our common history between the different communities in such a diverse world. We need a progressive agenda focusing on multilateralism, democracy, sustainable development, and we need to continue to fight against inequality, which is a scourge in Latin America, but is also significant in the EU. We need to fight against protectionism, reject that protectionism in the relationship between the regions on both sides of the Atlantic. We have to do that. And also focus on the trade agreements that still need to be finalized. Some have been finalized already, others need to be ratified. And as we say in Portugal, we need to really aim at the goal. We need to really close on this Mercosur deal and do everything possible in order to make any agreement that is signed as sustainable as possible and bring both sides of the Atlantic together. In Europe, we have the Global Gateway that strengthens investment in the region. We need to put our money where our mouths are, and Global Gate is the perfect instrument for that. And this is a strategy that has been put forward by the European Commission. And we also need to focus on political integration and development. We have a new opportunity, a new hope in the political integration project in Latin America. And so we need to support that project. We've said that here, and it also needs to be one of the commitments of our political family. Thank you very much to everyone. You have been really inspiring. Thank you to the presidents, to the future leaders. We had two great panels who really talked to us about what progressive Latin America is about and what the future holds for it. We've talked about Europe as well. We've had a great day, in fact. Latin America Day has gone really well. And now we need to move on to Latin America Night. So I would like to invite you to our event that we've organized. We'll be sharing our culture, our music from Latin America, and that will start at 7:30. I hope you can come and join us. It will be a very interesting and great evening. Thank you very much on behalf of S&D.
Muito obrigado.
Gracias, Pedro.